these ones from
Safeway or
Friday or
Friday.
whatever.
And I'm glad.
Number 10s or 20s.
They work here. They start with. I'll call to order the work session. This work session is to discuss the economic opportunity analysis. I'll turn it over to Director Hart.
Thank you, sir. Before us tonight is a proposed work session to talk about the economic opportunity analysis that we have been working on for the last approximate year. The city received a grant through the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I'm trying to get my screen to work here appropriately. We received a grant to be able to do this work, and the ultimate goal of it is to update the city's comprehensive plan as it turns to job growth and economic growth opportunities within the city. What we have done is through that grant, we have hired our consulting firm, Eco Northwest, and Ms. Beth Goodman has been our project lead working through this. As part of this process, we have done several bits of outreach through a project advisory committee that was made up of, I believe, 10 different organizations and participants in the business community, as well as KJ as our council liaison for it. And so through that work and through the knowledge of those business leaders within our community, the economic development opportunity analysis was formed. And Beth is going to walk us through our buildable lands inventory, what we have, what our opportunities and strengths are, and what our weaknesses are, and how we can overcome those, and some recommendations of policies of how we can move forward to continue to grow our city economically. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Beth, who's going to run the show.
Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. I've had the pleasure of working with your staff and your advisory committee over the last year on this project. I happen to have been one of the consultants who worked on the 2007 economic opportunities analysis also. So I've gotten to watch Lebanon over a number of years. So an economic opportunities analysis, in part, it addresses legal requirements for comprehensive planning. It addresses the economic development requirements for Goal 9, and it provides updated information for the city's long-range comprehensive planning efforts. So the idea here is that you understand your existing conditions and you have a forecast of future likely conditions to inform your economic development strategy, help guide your land use policy, and then help inform your coordination on economic development. Because as Kelly and Alicia can certainly tell you, coordination is really at the heart of what makes economic development go. This project really focuses on land and land-related issues, as we will talk about. And as we go, Mr. Mayor, do you want us to take questions as we go? I'm happy with that.
How do you guys want to do it? You want to take questions or give questions
It's
as we
pretty
go?
extensive. I'd recommend if you have a question, ask it while it's fresh.
Yeah. Okay. So Goal 9 essentially is providing the city throughout the state to provide adequate opportunities for a variety of economic activities vital to the health, welfare, and prosperity of Oregon's citizens. It's a broad goal, like all of Oregon's land use goals. There's a lot of rules around the goal. We're not going to be focusing in this discussion all that much on the rules, but some reasons why we do some things may well have an answer of because we're required to in conducting an economic opportunities analysis. So here's our project schedule. As Kelly said, we started a little more than a year ago. We have to be finished up here by the end of May because that's the end of our grant. So starting with the buildable lands inventory. What this is a map that shows land in Lebanon that is in your commercial, your mixed use, and your industrial comprehensive plan designations. So the mixed use is the blue color that kind of looks like water. The commercial is the red or the pink, and then the industrial is the purple. So we looked at all land within the urban growth boundary in one of those comprehensive plan designations. And then we started sorting out what land is vacant, what land is developed. One of the important things to consider here is where do you have constraints, development constraints? So the development constraints we considered were the floodway and the floodplain, areas with high or very high landslide susceptibility, where you have slopes greater than 15%, and then some things about wetlands. Really, we only focused on one wetland that's a permanent constraint where you have essentially a pond. You don't have a local wetlands inventory, so we weren't able to look at good detailed information about wetlands locally. But the topic of wetlands was certainly one that went through the whole project. So in the end, the buildable lands inventory identified about 30 acres of vacant and unconstrained commercial land. You can see that's along Highway 20 for the most part. It's in pretty small parcels. You don't have a lot of vacant commercial land. About 454 acres of vacant mixed-use land. So the fact that you have a lot of mixed-use land makes up for the fact that you have less commercial land, because mixed-use land can be developed with commercial development, as well as with housing development and other types of development. And about 620 acres of industrial land. Now, looking at that 620 acres of industrial land, we do know from some examples that a fair bit of that land has wetlands on it. And those wetlands, of course, they don't come in sections, in like rectangular sections. They come in fingers across the land. We do know that, say, the Lowe's site, for instance, has a fair bit of wetlands on it, and yet it's sustained a fairly large development on it. I'm not saying that that was easy. I'm just saying that certainly that's the pattern that we see throughout the Willamette Valley around wetlands and industrial development. So in our policy considerations, when we're thinking about industrial land, one of the recommendations is looking at areas where you have fairly large industrial areas that aren't as impacted by wetlands, especially if you have good transportation access to them, and make sure that those stay available as industrial land, and also do things that can promote, if the landowner is interested, promote industrial development on the land. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So before I go on, are there questions about the buildable lands inventory?
I just want to clarify, so even though it's designated as unconstrained, there's still a chance it's constrained by wetlands?
Certainly there is, and some of that land is constrained by wetlands. We just don't know where they are exactly. And oftentimes you don't know exactly where wetlands are until you do a very specific site delineation. Are there more questions? Okay, we shall continue on. So understand that the Economic Opportunities Analysis Report is somewhere around 100 pages. It's designed to be adopted by reference into your comprehensive plan. So we're, one, not presenting all of the information in it here. And two, it has a lot of information that can be useful as the city makes policy changes over the next few years around industrial or commercial development or mixed use development. In other words, the information in there can be used to support findings about why certain development changes are being looked at. So we are required to consider state and national and state economic trends. So some of the ones that characterize this period of time are certainly the tight labor market and increasing labor costs. A lot of this work was done last year in 2022. These things still are the case today. Of course, in a year or two from now, some of that will probably have changed. It's a long-range planning. You're expected to have several economic cycles over the next 20 years. We've got information that shows historical trends about that. High rates of inflation, that is certainly affecting the ability to get loans for development, a little more on the housing side maybe than on the commercial and industrial side, but certainly there too. Rising housing costs. This isn't a housing study, but housing is certainly impacting ability of businesses to hire and retain population, even in a place like Lebanon, which you're embedded in the middle of a region where there's a lot more commuting across the region than, say, in a really isolated place. Like I've worked out in Madras, for instance, that's a lot more isolated and harder to get labor to than a place like Lebanon, which is much more centrally located. But housing costs are a problem. The aging population over the long term is driving the need for replacement workers. So even if you didn't have any growth, let's say Oregon didn't have any growth in jobs, you'd still have continued need for new workers as people retire. And that's, of course, we're in the process of that happening and accelerating here over the next 10 to 15 years. And eventually that will lessen a little bit. So work from home trends are an interesting one, and we've been paying attention to how they're playing out across Oregon and across the US. And it's clearer how they're playing out in really big cities. It's a little less clear how it's playing out in a place like Lebanon. So I was just reading a New York Times article today about the number of vacant commercial spaces in places like New York or Chicago, and it was an enormous number. In a place like Lebanon, a lot of people live more locally. You still have, you never had humongous demand for commercial space, but you still have demand for commercial space. I expect you will, over the next 20 years, continue to have some demand for commercial space. But work from home is definitely impacting our smaller cities like Lebanon, in that businesses are a little more footloose, so they can locate in places that they couldn't necessarily locate before, and workers can locate here, even if their jobs are somewhere else. At least some workers can locate here. So you've got a little bit of element of the opportunity for some Zoomtown growth as well. Continued transformation of the retail sector. Obviously, that's accelerated during the pandemic, but we've been seeing over the long term more and more retail happening across the internet. Certain things are not going to necessarily move entirely to the internet. I can't believe that everybody wants to buy their furniture over the internet. You want to test it out and see how it feels for you first. Certainly things like experiences, like dining out, certain types of arts and entertainment, those kind of things are going to remain local because you can't do those in the same way. You can't go to a bouncy house for your child over the internet. It just doesn't work that way. And increases in automation. So you're seeing automation both in your industrial, and you're also seeing it creep more into your commercial businesses. So things like going to the McDonald's and ordering from a screen rather than ordering from a person. Those are going to affect our growth and really change what employment looks like over the next 20 years. It's not entirely clear how it's going to affect it and how much it's going to change it, but it's clear that it will. Here we've also showed that there's a considerable amount of commuting into and out of Lebanon. These trends are pretty similar to other cities we see across the Willamette Valley, where a lot more people commute in and commute out than live and work in the town. So next slide, please. Maybe. So I don't think it likes us.
It's not. There we go.
You have to click over there. Sorry.
Got it.
So looking at employment specifically in Lebanon, in 2008, there were about 5,800 employees in Lebanon. By 2019, there were about 7,136 employees in Lebanon. And that's growth of about 1.8% in employment over the last little more than a decade. You can see the sectors with the most employment were things like private education services, healthcare and social assistance, manufacturing, transportation, warehousing. Those had some of the higher levels of employment, as well as the higher average pay per employee in Lebanon. All of those are higher than the county and the city averages. Looking at things like retail trade and arts and entertainment, Those had substantial amounts of employment, but they also had substantially lower pay per employee. So as we're looking at this, we're thinking about these factors. And in a few minutes, we'll tell you about the forecast for growth, where we're using the growth since 2008. So as we're thinking about Lebanon and thinking what's going to happen here over the next 20 years, it's important to understand the comparative and competitive advantages. One of the interesting advantages is Western University of Health Sciences. So you guys have a university here, and a university that is training people for a very important sector. So that's an interesting advantage. Of course, you've got an advantage in manufacturing, warehouse, and transportation with the Lynn Benton Advanced Transportation and Technology and Heavy Equipment Centers. Can't say that quickly twice. Things like training opportunities, that kind of thing. Lowe's is another example. Your existing employment base and commercial industrial employment, those are important. Those are unique for Lebanon, and they're an important place to build from. Access to labor from across the Mid-Willamette Valley is certainly an advantage. Highway 34 and Highway 20 give you connection to the broader region and freight movement. Highway 34 is especially important in the north part for freight movement. And then proximity to I-5, those transportation access really can't be overstated. I believe you've got dual rail line here. You'd always like to believe that that's very important. And for some industries that's important, but a lot of industries, rail isn't necessarily an advantage to them. It's your industries that are moving bulk commodities that don't need to get somewhere very fast. Those are the ones that are usually interested in rail. Your high quality of life and your proximity to outdoor and recreation in your city parks. Those are all things that make Lebanon attractive for people who want to live here. And so when you think about people who move here and bring their job here with them, those are certainly things that would be attractive and reasons that people would move to Lebanon. And then some disadvantages. Highway 20 is congested. You don't have a lot of commercial land in your core. Most cities don't. A lot of that's been developed in most cities, but you do have a lot of mixed use land. The freight traffic through town is a disadvantage. Certainly you want to keep that away from your residential areas as much as you can. You don't have a lot of public transportation, either locally or connecting you to the region. And you've got some aging infrastructure, so water, wastewater systems. You're doing a lot of work to upgrade those. And so that's advantages also, but some of the upgrades certainly come with costs, as I'm sure you're more aware of than I am. So before I go on, does that make sense? Is that ringing true with you? Okay. So then we look at potential growth industries. The reason we do is to get a sense of, does Lebanon have the kind of sites that these industries need? So for instance, do you have large sites that can accommodate manufacturing where you have good access, say to roads or potentially to rail? Do you have small sites that can accommodate things like new retail stores or new restaurants? So that's why we looked at these potential industries. You've got a range, and having a range is good. It's more diverse. So we've just listed a few types of manufacturing. Of course, those are not the only types of manufacturing that you might see in Lebanon, but those are some examples of the types you might see. Warehouse and distribution, aviation-related industries. Now, cities get really excited about their airports, and I can understand why, but a lot of cities do have small airports with them. So, and a lot of even aviation-related industries don't necessarily want to locate at the airport. And airports can be a hard sell sometime for locating new businesses at. But they come with the advantages that airports bring. So aviation-related industries is a potential growth industries. Medical services and healthcare education, that's just one you don't see that across most communities in Oregon. That's certainly something that's more unique here in Lebanon. And services for residents and services for visitors, those are going to continue to be important over the next 20 years as well. So what we've got here is, this is a little bit geeky, and you don't necessarily have to know a lot about this, but what we've got is we've got an estimate of 2019 covered employment by industry. So you had 7,136 covered employees. Well, covered employment only includes employment covered by unemployment insurance. So you've got employees certainly who aren't covered by unemployment insurance, like sole proprietors, people in the gig industry, gig workers, people who work 1099. Lots of different people aren't covered by unemployment insurance. And so when we forecast growth in Lebanon, we wanted to get to an estimate of total employment. And we did that looking at the percent of employment that was covered for Lynn County as a whole, because we just don't have total employment for Lebanon because they don't produce that by city. And so we got to an estimate of 9,103 total employees. And that's what we started the employment forecast with. Does anybody want to know more about total uncovered employment? Okay. The important thing is we considered this factor. So we looked at a range of growth scenarios, and we settled on the historic growth scenario of 1.8% per year, which is what you grew since 2008. Over the next 20 years, through 2043, that would result in growth of nearly 4,200 new jobs, or a 43% increase. That's a pretty hefty increase. It's certainly not out of the range of plausibility. We think it's defensible. You'd see continued growth in all sectors, more growth in industrial and commercial services, less growth in retail services, as we think that, it's entirely possible that retail employment may well shrink over the next 20 years. But with that's the rest of other types of commercial uses. So when we looked at all the employment growth and assigned amounts of land that it would need, what we came to is that Lebanon has a surplus of employment land. So you've got enough commercial and mixed use land as well as industrial land to accommodate those 4,200 new jobs, and actually substantially more than you need necessarily. But consider that wetlands are going to continue to constrain development, especially of industrial. It's going to continue to be hard. There's no real easy way out of dealing with our wetlands, as I think most of our communities in the Willamette Valley have discovered over the decades. So wetlands is still going to make industrial development challenging. Some areas will be less challenging than others. And then you've got some unique opportunities for growth, including a variety of site sizes and characteristics. Not all cities have your employment land base. A lot of cities don't have an employment land base like you do. So I personally live in Eugene and have done this kind of work in Eugene over the years, and proportionate to size, of course. Eugene would love to have a land base like this, even with wetlands. Infrastructure to support your development and plans to address infrastructure deficiencies, those are going to be important things that go hand in hand over the next 20 years. We've got some policies that address that specifically. And then access to a trained labor force is sometimes, especially on a company by company basis, a little challenging. So there may need to be some ways to connect businesses with workforce development. And that is also in the policies. So before I move on and talk about recommendations, are there questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How do we compare to the cities that neighboring cities on growth? Did you do any type of analysis on that?
No, in part because getting individual city data to look at historical growth is a little challenging.
Okay.
I can say that I've worked in Sweet Home, I've worked in Corvallis, Philomath. I would say that Lebanon has been growing faster than those cities. Slower than Millersburg, but Millersburg is an interesting one.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure about Albany because I haven't looked at any of their recent work.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
mhm.
Just curious, is 78% covered employees average?
Yeah, yeah, it's usually somewhere between 70 and 80%. So some sectors like manufacturing or government, they're almost entirely covered. They hardly have any contractors with them. Sectors like real estate, they're usually less than 50% of those employees are covered by unemployment insurance. There are a lot of sole proprietors there. So it varies by industry.
Thank you, I was just curious.
Mhm. Are there other questions? Okay. So our recommendations. All of this information, including work that we'll be presenting in a moment, is intended to update your comprehensive plan. So we recommend that you use it to update your comprehensive plan and goals and policies. And it may well be that the goals and policies that we've set down, they may well need some wordsmithing, certainly. But I think, myself certainly, the committee we worked with, I think staff, generally think they're in the right direction. And they're basically correct. So you might need to do a little wordsmithing if something doesn't quite strike you right, but you also might not need to do that. And then we produced a memo for staff that is about the economic development policies, goals, and policies. That also includes recommended actions. Those recommended actions should not be updated, should not be adopted into your comprehensive plan because they're strategic things that you're going to do here over the next few years. They're basically going to keep Kelly and Alyssa busy. It's what they're going to form their work plan from based on your input, I would assume. So there's actions also for implementing these goals. And in the presentation that we're going to talk through in a moment here, we haven't presented all of the actions because there's way too many of them, but we've presented a few selected policies and selected implementation actions. So starting off with broad economic development goals, ensure there are opportunities for people to live and work in Lebanon. Pretty basic. Encourage a diverse economic base, which includes a mixture of business types. So you don't want to have, all of your employment in one sector or one industry. You don't want to have nothing but manufacturing, for instance, or nothing but retail, because that makes your economy certainly more prone to recession. So more diverse, it's a little bit more recession-proof. We didn't have any policies to do with those or actions. Those are basically just things that are guiding what we're thinking about. So goal 3 is about making sure you have enough land and infrastructure for that land to have employment opportunities across the city. The stuff in red is mostly there to emphasize the subject of what we've got. It's not in other way special. It's hard for me to pick out words when I'm presenting like this. So make sure you have enough land and make sure that land is serviced or can be serviced in some timely way. So one of the policies is about preserving and protecting industrial lands where there are fewer wetlands and development is more feasible. So those are industrial lands that you say wouldn't want to consider, at least once you understood what they were, you wouldn't want to rezone them, say to mixed use necessarily, or commercial. So an action for implementing that is looking at those lands that are less impacted by wetlands and working with the landowner to have those lands potentially certified shovel-ready by Business Oregon. And so a shovel-ready site is a site where a lot of the pre-development work has been done, or at least some of it has been done. Business Oregon will list it on the state's website of shovel-ready sites, and then they'll try to market it to businesses that want to consider locating in Oregon. This is a program that's been around for quite a while, more than a decade. I don't think that Lebanon has any shovel-ready sites at this point. It can be a fair bit of work to get a site shovel ready. So you have to have a landowner who is motivated. Another action is to evaluate opportunities to rezone land to allow for more and smaller scale commercial uses around, say, Airport Road and Grant Street. This is something we discussed as a potential idea. It's something that if the city council thinks it's a good idea, certainly would require more study and more discussion about exactly what that would mean and what types of uses the city would be looking there, and probably have a strategy around that, development of that. Policy 4, coordinate on wetland planning, mitigation, and development with regional, state, and federal agencies. There's a lot of interest in many of our communities in getting state and federal agencies to behave more collaboratively around wetland regulations, regulatory issues. I think that our cities have more of a shot at making the state behave more collaboratively, and federal agencies, I think, are federal agencies. I think they may have a little less incentive. But I think with some of the issues around housing and housing need, there's an increased emphasis on coordination with state agencies and among state agencies. So I don't know. I'd like to think that might start to happen a little bit more frequently. I'm a little skeptical also.
We're going to be more enthusiastic and hopeful than Beth is.
That's good. That's good. You totally should be more enthusiastic and helpful. I think I just want to set people's expectations that's a hard one.
Yeah.
So goal 4 is about supporting business growth and retention of businesses that are already in Lebanon. These are some of your more important, if you'll think of them as assets. They're here. Hopefully they're happy. Hopefully they can grow here. So support development of a vibrant downtown and commercial corridor along Highway 20, especially south of downtown, with a mixture of uses, encouraging infill and redevelopment where appropriate. So actions are continuing supporting the city's partnership with the Downtown Association to support pedestrian activity in downtown. And another one may be to increase activity and encourage private investment along Highway 20 south of downtown. So this might be something where the city applies for a transportation growth management planning grant to support planning along that corridor. That's certainly something that the state has funds to do at various times. Goal 5 is about attraction and recruitment of businesses to make sure that you have a diverse economic base. So working with your economic development partners to attract traded sector businesses, such as manufacturing. So traded sector businesses are businesses that produce services or really usually goods that go outside of the region. So for instance, Oregon produces wine. That's a traded sector business that goes out of Oregon a lot of the time. So this has been something that I think, interestingly enough, I was surprised to find that this part of the Willamette Valley wasn't covered by an existing organization that did this kind of economic development. You guys are developing your own organization, REAL, so the Rural Economic Alliance. So continuing to partner with REAL and provide resources that help REAL build capacity. So if you're up in Salem, you'd have SEDCOR, for instance. They do this kind of work and they coordinate a lot with Business Oregon. REAL is the organization that's being grown here I'm just going to call you guys the Mid-Willamette Valley. I think that's probably correct. You're like the southern part of the Mid-Willamette. Exactly. So to fulfill that role, supporting development of REAL's strategic plan and letting that help inform Lebanon's planning around economic development so that both you can take advantage of what REAL is doing and make sure that you've got the coordination that you can have with other communities in the region and then up with the state. And then finally, goal 6 is about workforce development and entrepreneurial training opportunities. So looking at coordinating and partnering with organizations that provide workforce development and helping connect existing programs with businesses with unmet workforce needs. So for instance, if you know a business has unmet workforce needs and you know of a training program that can address those needs, helping them talk to each other, being a convener, that's often a city's role in that kind of thing. There's other policies, many other actions. I'm sure that you'll be talking through these over the coming year. But your next step in the project is looking at adoption of the EOA and revised comprehensive plans and goals, and developing a staff's work plan to implement the actions, if you think these are the right goals and policies and actions. And that's all I had.
Questions?
No, I just want to say thanks for all the work. After a year, I thought you were actually just an AI computer thing.
Oh,
This is the first time I've seen you in person, so thank you for coming down.
certainly, I'm very happy to be here. I'm glad I can be in person.
Yes, it was very many hours of very many explanations to neophytes like me, and going into this, and she does a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't mind asking a question.
Sure.
You've done this a lot.
I have.
What comes to your mind as the most important thing we should be doing? What just pops in your head as a priority for Lebanon?
Supporting your existing businesses, making sure you understand what their needs are, especially as they relate to things that the city can help with.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can take a minute or two, if there's no other questions, to just sort of wrap everything up. I kind of want to identify how the things that we've been working on over the last year coordinate together. So we have this economic opportunity analysis, which talks about jobs and growth. And KJ can attest to this. One of the biggest things going around the roundtable of the project advisory committee is, what is the greatest thing that businesses need to be able to bring in quality employees? And one of the number one things that they said was housing. We need to have ability to have housing to be able to support our employees to live and work here. And so that ties in together the housing production strategy that we have also been working on over the last year. You saw a couple things in here that actually overlap with the housing production strategy. So for example, you have, as part of the housing production strategy, one of the policy action items would be to start allowing for opportunities for additional housing along Highway 20's commercial corridor. This item here identifies how can we help beautify and solidify the growth of the corridor south of downtown. Those two blend together as actions that both bring economic opportunities and housing opportunities for the community. So really this last year, although we've been working on them in parallel tracks, we're really working on trying to develop the goals and policies that are going to help create the action work plan for your community development department that's going to focus on the growth of the overall community to create that quality of life and to continue to build it as a holistic view rather than just one or the other. So it all ties together. Unfortunately, we did it on separate tracks. Next time, I think we're going to try to do it all together with one consultant and have that true holistic view. But with the EOA, you have the goals, policies, and action items. With the housing production strategy, you have the goals, policies, and action items. And those action items are really going to create the work plan for myself and the rest of the community development staff over the next 8 years to continue to grow the city based off of the goals and policies set before through input from the community and council. So that's our overall goal. That's what we've been working towards. Our next step is to get to the adoption phase for both of those documents, which we will work on and tie it in a nice bow and bring it to you for that final consideration. So that's my spiel.
See, now I should have said housing was the most important thing.
That's right.
I do a lot of that work also, and it's no joke that in a lot of our communities, housing is a desperately urgent problem.
All righty. Thank you. I know it's not a very exciting subject sometimes, but it's an important one. If we didn't seem as energetic about it throughout the process, it's because we have a big agenda tonight. So I think a lot of us are focused on that, but we do appreciate all the hard work that your team has put together. And so thank you.
Come on, I'm excited.
I was
I've been
on the
working on it
advice
for a
Oh, I'm
year.
excited too. I love to see a crowd.
Working on
So,
it for a year.
so if there's no other comments or questions, this work session is adjourned.
I was going to say, good luck. At least I didn't make him mad.
This is true. See? You're totally.
Exactly. There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh, here.
I got it. Thank you. Knocking its head off.
We're just super excited to be done.
Ah, there you go.
It's up to them. I don't,
No. Metal detector? Yeah, up in Salem. I miss a lot.
I've been a son of a bitch many times in my life. Just ask my kids. What? Wake up, Wayne.
This isn't gonna do it?
A good one. We're gonna need it. Yeah.
I'm going to call to order the meeting, regular session. Let's please rise for the flag salute. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Steinhebel,
Here.
Councilor Dykstra. Here. Councilor Mann,
Here.
Councilor Selbage,
Here.
Councilor Olfers,
Here.
Councilor Workman.
Here?
I just want to say, I know we got a packed house tonight and I understand why everybody's here, but please try to keep it down so we can do the regular session. We will get to those portions that you're all here to talk about. So, thank you. The following consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion on these items unless a counselor so requests. In this case, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Agenda from Lebanon City Council Agenda, May 10th, 2023. Library Advisory Committee, February 14th, 2023. Parks, Trees, and Trails Advisory Committee, March 15, 2023. The council meetings are from April 12th, 2023 regular session and April 26th, 2023 work session. Liquor license annual reviews or renewals, excuse me. Liquor license Marlin Wine Wholesale Malt Beverage and Wine, new outlet liquor license. Is there a motion?
I so moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Counselor Workman and seconded by Counselor Steinhebel. Did I get it?
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
Stuck the landing.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The first thing, we have a presentation from the Downtown Association. Are they in the house tonight? Right in front there.
We had a presentation I sent you. Did you get that?
did not get anything.
Well,
Move it to the next.
I didn't bring anything with me because I understand, my understanding was that you would have it and you would bring it up for us.
I'm sorry, I didn't get any email.
Yesterday? That happened before too. Well, that's okay. We'll try again next
Are you
month.
prepared to brief or do you want us to move it to next month?
I would rather move it to next month because you would really like the presentation. It's really hard to kind of show you what the Downtown Association is doing without showing you. And I honestly didn't think about bringing a thumb drive or something, so I apologize for that. But a lot of exciting stuff is happening and I brought all the numbers that you've been asking for, our traffic online and our budget analysis and all of that. So I really wanted you to see what we brought and I apologize.
Okay. Without objection,
Move
we'll
it
just
to
move it
next
to
month.
next month.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, public comments. This is just for the regular session public comments. We'll be getting to the comments for the resolution later. Citizens may address the council by filling out a testimony card prior to speaking and hand it to the city recorder. Each citizen is provided up to 5 minutes to provide comment to the council. The council may take an additional 2 minutes to respond. The city recorder will accept and distribute written comments at the speaker's request. Because we're such a packed house, I'm going to really keep to the 5 minutes. So be prepared for me to stop, because we have a lot of people to get through, and we all want to listen to everybody's that wants to speak. All righty? First up tonight is Teresa Newman.
Hello, I've got my stopwatch. It's so good to see everyone here tonight. Wow, I'm so excited about this. Anyway, instead of talking about the homeless situation, which I've talked about before, I just wanted to address really quickly, last month, the Lebanon Downtown Association, Dr. Davis, who was just up here, who I can never hear when she's up here, so I wasn't sure what she said. But last month, she talked about a Family Pride Day. I feel like as citizens, hi, I remember you. There's so much we don't know, we're left in the dark about. So I'd like to know, what is Family Pride Day? Is it focused on family? Or is this something that is going to be advertised and promoted as LGBTQ? It's really important because this is something that has divided the community. And I feel like in a civilized society, which I was raised in, you don't parade around your sexual preferences. And sexual deviancy isn't something that I think should be in the public square. So I'm wondering where this Family Pride Day is going to be held, on private or public property. And again, is it going to be advertised and promoted as just all families, which is great. I'm proud of families. That's a great thing. But is this just a cloak for something else? Because I think we deserve to know that. And I also, as a citizen here, I recognize that the Lebanon Downtown Association probably does some very valuable things, but it's a kind of a group that I know nothing about. Although I do know that a lot of them are volunteers. I believe Dr. Davis was, I don't know if they're appointed, but they're not elected officials. So my question is, why do they have such a platform here? Why do their recommendations mean so much to the city council when they're not elected? So those are my questions. I'd love to have them answered right now, but you know what? I want to hear what everyone has to say about the homeless, so I'll wait. And I hope some of you will answer my questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the questions tonight, we're going to withhold from answering questions tonight because we just have so many people to get through, and we want to make sure we hear everybody. But you're more than welcome to write your questions down and submit them to your counselor of your ward, and they will, I know they'll do their due diligence and get back to you with their answers. So, and please, because it's a packed house, please keep the applause to a minimum. We need to be able to get through a lot of information tonight. I can't express that enough. So next up is Kathy Ayers. And for everybody's information, when it's green, you're good. When it turns yellow, you don't have much time. When it turns red, I'm gonna shut you off. All righty?
It'll only take
Okay.
a few minutes. We have two colleges in this town. We have two colleges in this town, and we got several housings being built. I work at a pharmacy store, and we need a bottle drop. We have so many people coming in with dirty, horrible, nasty cans, and it's not good for a pharmacy store. So is there any way we can see about getting a bottle drop in Lebanon? Albany has one, Corvallis has one. Is there anything we could do about that?
We'll have to look into it. I'm not sure.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is team leadership. And I can't read the last portion of it. I see them come in. Can you guys come up to the front, please? Is it this?
This is the team
What-
leadership for the robotics team.
But what's your guys' name? Or is that just your last name? Okay,
Underneath.
okay.
They wanted to address council.
Would you mind coming up to the mic so people in the back can hear you too? It just amplifies the sound for those back there. Thank you. It's not as intimidating as it seems like, I promise. You got it.
We are Team 13-9, the Scalawags robotics team. We are the team leadership, and my name is Molly. I am the vice president.
I'm Annabelle, the secretary.
My name is Jackson, and I'm the treasurer.
My name is Emily, and I'm the safety captain.
I'm Kelly, and I'm the president.
The Lebanon's very own robotics team, Scalawags first team. Scalawags first robotics team, 1359. We build and compete with robots. But we are equally as busy in our off season. Having a relationship with our community is huge for us. We attend fairs, parades, and host open houses. This Saturday, we will begin building our float for the Strawberry Festival Grand Parade. And after that, we are excited to participate in community cleanup. We invented cleanup bingo to make participating in cleaning up trash more rewarding. Our team has around 20 kids, and with a projected budget of $28,000 for 2024. Aside from our annual dues, $25 per student, the rest comes from our fundraising, grant, and sponsorships, a lot of them being from Lebanon. We never turn away a student for financial reasons.
The Scalawags have been in Lebanon since 2004, and many alumni are still in the STEAM field, working as software engineers, mechanical engineers, and even a biology teacher at the high school. We really try to stay connected to our community, and we frequently collaborate with some local organizations like Lebanon Downtown Association, the District Wellness Center, and the Boys and Girls Club. The world will always have problems to solve. To start the love of problem solving early, we have lots of opportunities for young minds to think creatively. We serve talented, gifted enrichment programs at the local elementary schools. We also have junior robotics program where our high schoolers get to teach lessons about STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math, from kids ages to 4th to 8th grade once per month. We visit the Boys and Girls Club monthly to reach hands-on lessons, as well as these students get a taste of what our team is about.
Our program allows students to gain and practice many crucial skills that are used throughout life. Beyond our team, we provide opportunities to learn about computers, to build, to weld. I'll be going to college next year to pursue my passion in STEAM. I already know how to weld, manufacture, and deal with wires. Our team allows students to explore new things. We have middle schoolers learning about software engineering and how to program. We give students the chance to innovate, engineer, and solve problems effectively and efficiently.
Students not only learn how to work with their hands, but how to work with others. We run our team like a business, and communication is key. Our philosophy is that if you think something's important, share it with the world, even if it might upset someone. Learning to work it out is another fundamental skill. Improvising and learning to navigate social situations are very important. Competing all over the Pacific Northwest, we meet lots of different people. Learning to work with new people in various situations will benefit students throughout any path in life. Currently, we are meeting at the small engine shop at Lebanon High School. We are not directly affiliated with the district, but we are an independent 501c3 charity. Being independent allows us to branch out, not just serving students from LHS. We are grateful for the welding program for sharing their space, but it is becoming harder for us to coexist,
You got 1 minute.
and we are looking for a new home.
Last build season, we spent 25 plus hours a week in the shop for 3 months. For some of us, it became like a second home. Space is important to us. A workshop has to be able to accommodate people, tools, machinery, and room to work and walk in. If a space is too small, it could slow down the amount of work being done or potentially cause a safety hazard, neither of which are in our best interest. It has become increasingly harder to host so many students in a space that is not ours. Both programs, Team 1359 and LHS Welding and CTE, are growing in numbers and advancing in technology. We need a different space. We are asking you, the Lebanon City Council, for help. In order to continue to benefit our community, we need a place with Wi-Fi and basic utilities. We also use many machines, power tools, and computers. We need around
Go ahead and finish up.
We need around 1,500 square feet. We ask for the City of Lebanon to assist us in finding a dedicated workspace so we could continue to meet, better our community, and build more robots.
Sorry, how much space did you see?
1,800.
1,500.
Oh, 1,500. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They did an excellent job coming into such a environment as this. So, Don Eggert. Don. Please come forward so we can hear you. Sit down and,
I'm going to voice my opinion about the homeless problem in Lebanon. I live out by the sewage treatment plant.
we're not doing that until we do the actual public hearing. This is only for the public comments. I have to keep control of this or it'll spiral out of control quicker than nobody's business.
I've just had problems, that's all.
But you will have, do you want me to put yours in for the resolution to speak then?
You can have somebody call me. I don't have that kind of time to spend here.
Okay. Okay, Hannah on? Hannah? What's that? Yeah, Bill Sullivan will be after that.
Hi, my name is Hannah On. I am bringing a concern to you today regarding the content offered to children in our public library. To just cut to the chase, what my request is going to be is that all pornographic, explicit, gender confusion, and transgender material be removed from the children's section of the library. My request starts with elementary. So this one shows a little boy and a little girl. The underlying message of this is you can be whoever you want to be, and your family should support you. This one is called It's Perfectly Normal. It is for ages 10, it says on the cover. This one has a picture of a female looking at her vagina with a mirror. It has pictures of people having sex. It has nude pictures of adolescents, toddlers. This one, well, clearly the library thought this one was pushing it because they did take the time to put a mature content sticker on the spine. But this one actually has nude transgender people in it. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I'm really upset about this. And it shows pictures of how to masturbate. There's pictures of inserting fingers. There's pictures of how to pleasure yourself. There's pictures of men pleasuring each other. There's pictures of men with breasts. There's pictures of people with female genitalia, but with beards. This one gives you visuals on how to inject yourself with the hormones. There's pictures of syringes, and it explains what hormones to use and what results you'll get. But there's no ramifications or downsides, only benefits. What I am asking, and I brought a whole basket of books if you want to see them, and I'm sorry I'm so upset. But what I'm asking is that if these should not be for children, these should not be offered to children, and your community doesn't want it. I've talked to the community and I've brought a list of books that we're willing to pay for because I don't want to pay for these. I'll pay for these. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Sullivan, and Bill will be followed by John Brown.
Evening. I'm Bill Sullivan. I live on the north side of Century Park. In the last meeting, one of the councilmen was talking about monies for wages and et cetera and overtime, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, the park crew brings in their pickup with their trailer and the mower. Break time, they load the mower, get in the pickup, drive to the shop for their break, then come back, same thing at noon. So why can't they take their break on site? And then as far as the city water, personal opinion, all it's good for is to wash dishes and take a shower.
Okay.
That's all I got to cry
Alrighty.
about tonight.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. John Brown?
Good evening. I'm John Brown. I'd like to speak in opposition to the homeless encampment on Mark Slough. Can't do it.
I already made it clear, sir, that we'll do that. We're about to go into it in the public hearing section. So if you want to wait, I'll put you right at the top of the list. What's that?
Can I leave my notes for
Of course
somebody?
you can. Yeah, no problem with that. But if you want to speak on it, please, you have to understand, this will get way out of control if we don't stick to the timeline here. All righty? Okay, public hearings. Now we're going into the homeless section. Okay? Overnight site for people to seek protection from the elements will be presented by Nancy Brewer, our city manager.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to note for the record, this is a long staff report. There is a lot of backup information in the packet that has led us to this point. And I'll note for the record, we have a number of circuit court decisions and state laws that speak to places where people who have no place else to go can sleep and rest and seek protection from elements. The preference from the state's perspective is to have a shelter. We do not have a shelter operating in Lebanon, and lacking a shelter, all public property becomes available for people who have no place else to go to sleep and seek protection from the elements. We have, up till this point, we have reworked our parks codes. You approved at the last meeting, chapters 12.12 and 12.14. that identify the hours that parks are open. And during those hours, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., people can sleep and rest in all of our public parks. Those hours were selected to go along with public noise ordinances where you need to be quiet in neighborhoods starting at 10 p.m. That leaves us with a time from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. where lacking any specific shelter location, people who have no place else to go can seek protection from the elements, basically put up a tent or lay out a bedroll in order to sleep overnight on any public property. So that puts us in a position of either designating a particular location, which would allow police in particular to send people to that location to spend the night, or it's basically any public property. And you have to remember, public property includes sidewalks downtown, it includes city facilities, it would include basically state and federal property, if you know where state and federal property is within the city limits. County property would all be available for people to seek protection from the elements. And when I say sidewalks, that does include sidewalks in front of people's homes. The space between the sidewalk and the street is public property. So what we have worked through, and this came up in part from the police department with the decisions that have come out of the Ninth Circuit Court in both the Boise and the Grants Pass decisions, and then the state laws that have been passed in the 21 and now the 23 sessions about where people can go to sleep. We have left our police department with no ability to really enforce telling someone you cannot sleep in this location. And that is basically all of that public property in town. So the police department asked for some assistance working through this. We had an ad hoc committee that met several times. We can designate a location using reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. We have reviewed the list of the public property the city owns, and I will tell you that we ruled out the federal property, the state property, the county property, and the state, and that is all inside the city limits because we don't have control over that. If the state, which owns a couple of parcels, would like to offer that, that would be great, but they have not to this point done that. The federal government is also not doing that, although most of the federal property in town is abutting the railroads, so that creates a challenge. We spent a lot of time contacting vendors. We made some site visits to communities where there are homeless facilities being offered, whether it's shelter, it's managed camp. We have contacted a number of service providers in other communities that are operating shelters or homeless camps to see if they would be willing to come to Lebanon and provide shelter or a managed camp. Basically what we heard was we're all full up. We don't have the bandwidth to move beyond the community we are serving. And so that has left us again with no shelter facility that we can send people to. So where we are now is trying to identify city-owned property where people can go to sleep and shelter overnight between the hours of basically 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And have that resting location for the night. And then that site would close at 7 o'clock in the morning, and those people would then be off to spend the day in a park if they don't have any place else to go. Looking at reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, we spent a lot of time looking at things like safety. We looked at liability. So liability laws, a homeowner, a downtown property owner, for example, is liable for accidents that happen on the sidewalk in front of your home. If we identified any of those locations and someone is injured, trips and falls, whatever, then you have a liability issue surrounding that. We looked at sites, for example, that are near the canal, and that becomes a danger for people who might fall in, particularly if they're in that site at night and you don't necessarily have good visibility. We looked at vehicular traffic. We looked at association, abutting neighborhoods, neighborhood residential areas, recognizing that people coming to sleep at night can cause noise, and that doing that in a residential neighborhood could cause some challenges. We basically narrowed it down to 5 sites. We looked at the vacant lot next to the Justice Center. We looked at the yard that's on Oak Street in front of Public Works. We looked at the sidewalk in front of City Hall on Maple Street. We looked at a portion of the parking lot that is a public lot on Park Street across the street from Ralston Park, and looked at the corner of Park and Oak at Ralston Park where the old gas station is located. The ad hoc committee ruled out the Justice Center lot, both because of its adjacency. There is residential across the street, and then with the skate park right next to it, decided that that was probably not a good location. They also ruled out the parking lot across from Ralston Park, with some concerns that if someone has put up a tent there overnight and a car doesn't see that and zips into the parking lot, you could have an incident that would not be a good, suitable solution. The sidewalk locations in front of Public Works and in front of City Hall were both deemed acceptable because the sidewalks in those locations are very wide and there is a little grass verge, so there would not be any hindrance in terms of ADA accessibility for pedestrians on the sidewalk in those locations. And then the filling station also provides basically a concrete area that could be delineated with the overhang at the gas station, some protection from the elements there. And so those 3 sites were forwarded to the council. The council then asked staff to look at a couple of other locations. There was a site that we looked at that is owned by another entity. They were not willing to donate the site. We don't have the resources to buy it, so that came off the list. We also looked at the Tennessee Road property. This is across the street from the wastewater treatment plant. It has some challenges with a relatively narrow road that's not well lit, no sidewalks. in terms of access to that site. And while you could get a Lynx bus there, Lynx does not run between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And so that creates, I think, difficulty and safety. And then there is a narrow strip that the city owns of right-of-way along Division Street that runs behind the Bi-Mart. This does have access. We have Lynx transit stops on the highway there in front of the Bi-Mart. The site currently serves a drainage function. We would have to do some amendments on that site to level it out and make it available. I note in the staff report, we would have cost estimates for any of these sites. We would need to provide a porta potty and hand washing. That would run us about $3,600 a year. We would provide garbage receptacles, and our parks department would pick up the garbage there, same times that they're picking up garbage in parks. And so there would be no extra cost, just a little bit of extra work on the part of our public works crews. We would need to apply bark to the Tennessee Road or Division sites, level them out, make sure that there's good drainage. Public Works has a lot of bark chips available from trimming trees that happens over the winter. So there wouldn't be a charge for that, but there would be time to get it spread and leveled out and get the site prepared. The sites, other than the Public Works and City Hall sites, would all probably need some kind of fencing to help delineate the space. And then that also provides the opportunity with gates, for example, to close the space in the morning and have that not be accessible and in terms of setting up a permanent camp, a permanent living facility. We do have video cameras already at Public Works, City Hall, and at the Ralston Park site. We would need to acquire video cameras for Tennessee and Division sites in order to have some visibility and make sure that people were being safe. I think in your emails, you have a note from the fire district that has concerns about the Tennessee site and the potential for wildfires and that kind of wildland urban interface. So having cameras there. They also have concerns about dumpster fires happening. They've had several already this year that they've had to put out. So cameras would provide the ability to see who was starting a fire, for example, and deal with that from a law enforcement perspective. We have talked with Crossroads, a local service provider, about providing closure at the site every morning, basically showing up, telling people it was time to move on. Again, every day offering services to help people move into stable housing, which would be the priority and would be the ultimate goal in terms of no longer having homeless people because they are in stable housing. So we do have American Rescue Plan money. We have about $270,000 of that one-time money remaining that could be used for this. I know we could be talking about $130,000 or so a year. So we've got about 2 years of funding that we could provide. Beyond that, if there was still not a shelter operating in town, we would have to figure out how we were going to manage those costs on a long-term basis. So I'm going to come back to my recommendations. Again, lacking any shelter service provider with beds available that we can tell someone who is sleeping on the street, you can go to the shelter, this is where you need to go. We can, frankly, you can do nothing. You cannot designate a site, and people will be able to seek protection from the elements in a park between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. wherever there is public property would be available to those people. That would mean for the police department, if they get called, there's somebody on a sidewalk downtown in front of City Hall causing a ruckus, they could deal with the behavior. If there's somebody there who is just sleeping, that person would be able to sleep there overnight. Same would be true in any neighborhood in town. You can identify one of these 5 sites as a preferred location. We'll start working on preparation, and we would come to the June meeting with a resolution to declare that site. Or you can identify some other site that you would like us to do some due diligence on and look at in terms of the city's publicly available property. We do have a fair amount of property that the city owns in town But you got to remember, we've got a lot of parks, we have a lot of facilities. There are sites where we have a pump station or a lift station for the utility, which are not appropriate for people sleeping in. We have property that's been dedicated to us as part of development that is a wetland. It's a riparian area. It's a creek bed that floods. Those are not appropriate places for people to sleep because they will be wet and people can't seek protection from the elements when the creek rises, which it will. So that's, that has narrowed the focus of the discussion. And with that, I'm going to stop and answer questions that you might have.
Does the council have any questions?
I do. So in addition to, I guess, if we don't designate a site, you're saying that if I have someone camped out on my sidewalk right now, there's no way that the police will be able to ask them to move. We have to have a site designated for them to ask that person to move off my sidewalk.
That would be correct.
Isn't that pretty much the situation we're in right now?
That is correct. And that's part of why I think the police department raised the issue in the beginning, which was we had, I think not so much in residential neighborhoods, but we do have a lot of people who are sleeping on sidewalks downtown in a doorway, under an awning overhang because you can get out of the rain. And then business owner comes to work in the morning and there is somebody sleeping in front of the door. Maybe they can't even rouse them, right? Can't wake them up. And your customers can't get in, business owner can't get in. And so they would call the police and the police would say, lacking any place to send them, it's public property and they may continue to sleep there. So you end up with a lot of businesses then doing no trespassing signs because, you know, I can't be in business if my customers can't get in the door would be the comments that we would hear. But I think it will continue to be an issue around town if we don't have a site designated where in that situation, a police officer can say to that person, you can't sleep here, but you can sleep here. We can help you get to this location, pack up your tent, get you moved, and that's where you can sleep every night.
So I have a question. It's more of a legal question. If someone slips and falls in front of my property, I know I wind up being liable for that. But in this case, isn't this kind of like in front of my property, like on the sidewalk, right? Because the sidewalk is considered something I have to take care of, maybe as a business even. But in this case, they can camp out in the door to somebody's business and that's considered public? I'm trying to understand the gray area here.
Somewhat, yes.
How
I
is
mean, if they slip and there's no, it's not found that you're negligent, if there was something you should have done that a prudent person would do, a reasonable person would do, who's in charge of maintaining that area, which the citizens are, the owners of the businesses. in
not
front
the
of those.
city,
The citizens,
citizens,
right.
but it's
The owners
okay
of the
for
business.
for the public or for someone who's homeless to still sleep there.
Yes.
Okay, it's just kind of gray and I'm confused at how that happens.
Well, almost every city almost every city in the state has ordinances that place the burden, yes, on the people that own the sidewalk or own the businesses in front of the sidewalk or the homes in front of the sidewalks. But lacking that was actually a specific ordinance or state statute that was added by the legislature that allowed home rule cities to do that. We could debate whether that's appropriate or not. That's fine, but that is the rule in Lebanon, that cost is associated. I think Lebanon's pretty good about working with people and helping in that regard. But at the same time, it is owned by the city, and so it is a public place. Now, there are certain regulations that we could do that would limit their ability to be there during the day and different things, to sleep and lay there during the day, because we could still put time, place, and manner restrictions. We could say you could sleep there until 6 a.m. And then we could say that's, we've provided you a place that you could stay warm and dry and sleep, but you can't during these times. You can't during these hours. But we couldn't say, because we don't have another place for them, that there's no place in this city where you can sleep and stay warm and seek protection from the elements. That's just, there's not much wiggle room. Pretty much every city attorney in the state has tried to find some way to interpret Boise and Grants Pass in a different way, and it's not there.
And that's obviously kind of what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Well, and I will say, pretty much every city in the state is having the same conversation we are having at this table right now. Some cities have robust shelter facilities. Some cities have shelter facilities, but not anywhere near enough beds. Some cities like us have no shelter facilities and maybe no direct service providers who are trying to help people move out of homelessness. I think we have a pretty good group in Lebanon trying to help people move out of homelessness, but operating a shelter is an expensive proposition. And right now, what we're seeing coming from the state are basically capital grants to buy a building to add beds. This is part of the Lynn County MAC discussion that's happening right now in terms of trying to get some of the state money. Those monies are for capital. You can add beds to your homeless shelter, but it's not giving any money to hire more staff to oversee those beds or provide any services, whether they're addiction, mental health, case management, job training, that would help somebody move out of homelessness. It's just, can you provide 10 more beds? We'll give you $100,000 to provide 10, buy a building and provide 10 more beds. That's really all that's coming out of the state right now.
And it's one-time money.
It's one-time money. And so I think that's where we find the challenge in Lebanon is the resources to provide the staffing and operate a shelter. Well-managed shelters operate 24/7. They have cooking facilities, they have storage, laundry, showers, beds, they have case management, they have addiction management, they have mental health, they have dental care and medical care that comes in. Those are very, very expensive operations, millions of dollars on an annualized basis. And we just don't have the resources to provide that level of service. And we're just not seeing any money coming from the state to do that either.
And to be clear, if I'm interpreting this correctly, which I hope I'm not, but shelter would have to allow anybody, whether they're on drugs or not, there's not a requirement to not be on drugs or
so
participate in, I don't know, a
as
program.
nearly as I can tell, the shelter can be what I think is called a low barrier shelter. For example, you may be able to come in under substance.
But you can't use on site.
But you can't use on site, and you can't take, you can't take your bottle of rum on site. You've got to leave it somewhere else. But you can come in and sleep. Those are fine. Part of what happened in the Boise case, though, was the shelter beds that were available were offered through a church that required participants to participate in prayer meetings, and that made those shelter beds, in essence, not available according to the court, because you couldn't be driven into a religious practice because you were homeless, is really what it came down to.
So in designating a site, we could also say, I assume that they're not allowed to have drugs on the site, or how does that square up with PD and everything?
We would have signage that said, you're liable for yourself, respect others, respect other people's stuff, no fires. And the state law says you don't have to allow fires, no open flames kinds of things. But between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., there is no one there checking to make sure that you're not coming in with drugs, or, you're getting ready to, drink your beer, say, wait, that's not allowed at this location. To have that, you get into, it's a managed camp where you have 24-hour staff on site. And again, you're driving into those operating costs to have someone on site checking bags, saying, no, you can't bring this in. No, you can't do that on site.
And
we're not at-
the
we're not at
proposal
that point.
cost with Crossroads does not include that. It just closed.
It does not.
The
It includes-
$6,300 a month is just to close it in the morning?
They will go, it probably will take an hour to an hour and a half to pack people up and move them out of the site. And I think that will be time spent. And I'll say that's a proposal we don't have a contract with them or anything. That would have to be worked out as a detail. But I think part of that from my perspective is they will be pushing people to participate in services to try and move out of homelessness. That's the goal here, is to try and have people not sleeping on the street anywhere because people have found a place that is home, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from
Just for
council?
clarification, Nancy, we're still, real scale wise, we're talking about the 25 known sleeping on the street type people. We're not trying to solve homelessness. We're not putting a place for people to drive their cars to camp in overnight. This is just a controlled place to put people from a set period of time that will really make them easier to manage than any problems they're causing us now. Is that a fair representation?
That's correct. We don't foresee this as being a place where people are parking, where, RVs are parking. There's not adequate space for that at any of these locations. None of them are set up as parking lots, for example. And so it's really a place where someone who maybe now is sleeping on the trail at Gill's Landing in a tent would go to one of these other sites instead with the tent and spend the night and sleep, and then maybe tomorrow be back at Gill's Landing when the park is open, but for the night would not be in that location.
Thank you.
Would we have recourse for, if we picked, say, the old gas station and someone pulls up in their old RV, can we enforce that then and not have them there?
The RV question is going to be addressed a little bit later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not today.
Okay.
It's a different,
That's a whole
it's a
different
different
ballgame.
issue.
Okay. I want to make sure I have all the information before we.
And there's also some state laws that are be working their way through the legislature right now on RVs and stuff. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to add that it gives our law enforcement the tools to be able to police the sidewalks and not let parks be overtaken. I know it's not a solution that everybody wants to hear, including myself, but it does give our law enforcement, our police, the tools to be able to direct them to a place where they can spend the night. It's not a full-time camp. That's the thing. I've read, for the last 4 days, I've read all the bills that came out on this, all the laws, city attorneys from many different cities. I've conferred with the city manager, the city attorney, and it's funny, but all the texts of the city managers produce on this subject, it's pretty much the same. It's the same meaning. The state requires it, and because we're a home rule system, local government to state, we cannot just say, no, we're not going to do that. Now, we could tonight say we're not establishing a site, but then that opens up everything for the state to come in and say, well, they're allowed to go wherever they want, whenever they want. And I don't think anybody wants that. So is there any other comments from staff or council?
I have one more question about the cost. Now, the estimates on cost, was that based on like a average number of people using the site? Or is it just a throw out there, this is the lowest it'll cost us?
This is what it would cost. I would tell you that at this point, we have no idea how many people would use the site. There's no way to know if no one will, if the 20 or so that we routinely see in town would all use it. There's no way for us to know that. And until it's open, I don't think we would have that information at all.
And we won't, I don't think, because we've not had the situation where the police could direct people to a certain location like
Right.
this.
Well, it seems like the only reason they'd be in this site is because the police forced them out of a park or off of the sidewalk in front of a business.
I think that's true. And I think right now the police are not able to do that in any locations. They just can't tell people to move somewhere else.
I just have one.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We have a pretty good example of that right now. I think there's a lot of people that are aware that there is and has been some people that have set up camp on Division Street. And I also know that's one of the locations that is identified. But regardless of whether that was the place that was chosen or some other place, the reason they're there, they've been there, and there's nothing we can do is because we don't have this in place. If we have this in place, wherever it is, the police now have the tools to tell that camp, those people, that they can't be there during the day. We have a place, you just can't be setting up this camp. You can sleep at this location overnight. You can stay warm, you can protect yourself from the elements, but then you got to move on. It actually gives us the ability to make sure we don't have these established camps where people are staying long-term, drawing more people and bigger tents and bigger tarps and you know, the kind of stuff that you know, makes us all cringe as we drive through Portland. So.
One more thing, because I assume it might come up when people come up to give us comment. I've seen people suggest that we, you know, buy them one-way vouchers to other places. Can you maybe address why that's not okay?
I've seen some very creative solutions proposed.
I'm not advocating for it. Can
Um,
you explain that out for us?
The farthest I think the city could go, and I think has gone, and in fact, I think it's something that, I think a program that is still available, is we will provide people vouchers or a way to get home, you know, or someplace where they do have a family or a place to stay, and I think that's a good thing. But no, we can't do a one-way booze train to Portland, so.
Thank you.
Nancy, does that money that you mentioned that is available to build a shelter, could we lease private property to build a building using that money?
So we could, for as long as the $270,000 lasted, we could use it to lease property. But I'll tell you, 270,000 would not be enough to build a shelter. And it still wouldn't leave us money to operate the shelter. So if you've got a nonprofit group who is willing and able to operate the shelter, has the funding, can get the grants to operate the shelter, they were looking for a place to locate it. They wanted help, you know, finding a piece of dirt or finding an existing building that could be converted to a shelter. We stand ready to try and help people find that. But 270,000 isn't going to go very far in terms of leasing either dirt or a building in a shelter environment.
Maybe one or two tiny houses, huh?
You know, you could build a number of tiny houses, maybe even micro shelters with a bathroom building and a kitchen building. You could probably do a fair amount with that, but then you have to have a piece of dirt that you put them on, and you have to have someone who is managing that site and working with the people who are living in those shelters. Because I think while there are some people who are homeless based on circumstances, just not enough income to pay rent, I think a lot of people that we see in the community homeless are suffering from mental health and addiction issues that need help to get stable, to be able to live in that environment. So just putting someone in a micro shelter, I think would not be successful. There was an article in, I think, Sunday's Oregonian about 3 sites in Portland that have been relatively successful moving people into permanent supportive housing, out of a micro shelter into permanent supportive housing. But they're kind of 10 micro shelter pods with a lot of services to help people get stabilized, and then services once they are in an apartment or it's a subsidized apartment, for example, and all of that would roll into that need for a service provider, a social service provider of some kind who would be willing to operate that facility.
And if I could say one more thing, because Mr. Mayor, I'm going to clarify one thing that you said, because I think you said it based on something I told you, which is correct, but doesn't quite go far enough, is that, yes, we have these Oregon statutes that set forth these conditions and all of this kind of stuff, but that was a result of the federal Ninth Circuit. So let's even say that, you know, hey, we're our own thing. We don't believe in home rule. We can set our own, we can make our own rules. And the answer is no, you can't. I mean, this is the federal government basically telling us as citizens of this country, so far the Ninth Circuit, and again, maybe we'll get a review of it by the Supreme Court at some point. We have to have a division in circuits. But at this point, the law of the land is that these are the limitations we have. I saw one comment that was submitted ahead of time that said, we should be more like Springfield. Springfield doesn't let this happen. And that kind of got piqued my interest. So I said, okay, let's see what Springfield's doing. And Springfield is right in the middle of having this exact same debate. I'm telling you, every community in the state is going through this that has any level of homeless population.
Hey, council, we're going to have a moment in the near future to discuss this even more. Let's move on to public comments because we have a lot of them, and I know these people want to speak. I did the math. If we gave everybody 5 minutes, that's 2.5 hours. So if you can keep your comments short and get to the main points, I think everybody would appreciate it. But if you want to take the full 5 minutes, be more than welcome to listen to every word. So first up, John Brown, he was here earlier. Did he take off? Okay, did he leave his comments for the city recorder? He did not? Okay. Don Eggert, did he, I think I seen him take off too. Okay. It just says Sarah B.
Hi, as a resident and a reporter for the Lebanon Local News, I had questions and comments, but you guys actually just clarified it all, so I'm good.
Thank you.
Chantella Sellers. The next up would be Lyndon Brown.
Hi, we're not only here as citizens, we're also here as the Dollar Tree. The division, that is just like a scary sight if you think about it. It's behind buildings. It's closed off. We already have violence and theft happening back there from those camps. And if we were just to bring in more, that would be more put on our plates as the employees who work for these businesses. It's not fun going out back there and asking them for our carts back. The apartments that live just adjacent to the fence behind ours, they have dailies where there's thievery of their personal belongings, damages done to the apartments, to the cars. We've had to ask corporate to send us new carts because we've had over 30 of them stolen in the last month. Now our baskets can't go outside. Our customers can't take their groceries to their car. We have to help them out. It makes our production a lot slower. Customers aren't comfortable coming to the store after dark because of the homeless presence we have there. With that being said, everybody has the right to a safe place to sleep, even the homeless here. And we need to devise a plan that is the best for everybody. And as everybody knows, statistically, 90% of the homeless that we are offering this to, they're not going to take it. They're not going to take it. It's bigger than where are they going to stay. It's bigger than anything that any one of us could do in this room, or even collectively. We need to find a spot that is safe for our community. It's safe for them. It's safe for our children. It's safe for our businesses, and someplace that's not hidden. I know that at one point in time, the lot across from Ma's Grocery next to the used bookstore was being considered. And if you think about all areas, it's in the open. It's not next to a residential. It's not next to a school. There is the small business to consider next door, but there's nothing there for them to do structural or property damage to. And those are things we also need to consider. What's going to be left behind from the camps? How much damage is it going to do to our land? And anywhere in the downtown vicinity is crazy. I'm born and raised Lebanite. I used to spend my summers going downtown Lebanon, pressure washing the sidewalks, repainting the buildings. We have spent years fixing downtown Lebanon, restoring it back to its glory. I remember when this town was dying, literally dying. There was 12 students in my 4th grade class. I moved halfway across the country. I decided to come home because this is my home and I love it. And we have the rights to be safe, all of us. And I consider, please take division off. It is not safe for anybody back there. And they're hidden, and that's not where it needs to be. It needs to be out in the open to where they can be held accountable. And we as citizens can be held accountable to making sure that it stays clean and it stays safe for everybody. My employee would like to speak.
Yes, my name is James, and I'm in charge of all of the frozen and refrigerated stuff at Dollar Tree. And when I'm doing my counts, the theft is numerous. Singular items will be 10 to 15 short of what we're supposed to have, and multiplying that by all of what all of the singular items, it's over 100. And it's so bad that we don't even have any more hand baskets for customers to use. If the camp were right behind the Dollar Tree, it would be even worse. That's all I got.
All righty, thank you. Lyndon Brown. Next up will be Mary Vanover.
I appreciate the information that everyone shared. It was very clear and concise, and we do have a mess. Questions that people are asking me, if we have a designated space, I understand this and this is important. Who's cleaning up after them? Is Crossroads going to make sure that the area is clean when they leave? That was one question. And then the other question follows on what these two just said. What rights do property owners have to defend themselves and their property from homeless, if indeed it is the homeless that are causing the problems, or if it is the general tweakers and thieves that are causing the problems? What is a homeowner's and a business owner's liability if they get into a real confrontation with any of these people?
Want to address that? Well, we'll be here until 2 in the morning if we start answering a bunch of questions. Did you write them down? City manager will be writing down the questions. We'll be getting back to everybody and addressing these, but just for time elimination, time
Very
limitations.
much. That's probably a frank question, but that's what
And
a lot of
Lyndon,
people are talking about.
You may still have my number. If you don't, you can get it. I'd be happy to talk to you about this at a different time.
Okay.
Next up is Mary Vanover. And after that, it's Sydney Petner. Yeah, I know.
Okay, my name is Mary Vanover, and I have the property kind of behind the market that's in question, and the sleepers are going to be there. Right now, we have people camped out there. They have, last year, they have destroyed and cut all the fences along. I have about 3 or 4 big properties there. They have cut the fences out. They have stolen a lot of equipment from my tenants. They tried to even pull out a trailer from one of my tenants, but couldn't get it the hole big enough. I've had to replace that whole fence, and now those homeless are back again, and they're even tying their tents onto my fence. I approached one of the police officers today and told him that, because they said that if they're tied onto my fence, then I can call and have something done. We have so many incidents. The other day, I had to call the fire department because they had a fire going. I don't know if anything was done about it, because after the fire department left, the fire was still going on. They have their propane tanks there. Their camp is getting bigger and bigger by the day. They have a dog. There was a dog there today, a vicious dog. I went to take pictures, and the owner wasn't there, but the dog was, to scare everybody off away. The apartments that are next to us, in fear of those kids, because there are some gentlemen that come around at night with their machetes, and they go to the apartments and they threaten the people there. They're peeping in their windows. It is very unsafe. I've talked to these people and asked them why they haven't moved to a shelter. They said that they get a social worker comes all the time to talk to them, but they refuse to because they do not want anybody telling them what to do. And so we are frustrated. I won't mind. I wish the city would even clear that area behind us. I did it last year with my own money, cleared it, sprayed it, and of course now it's all grown over, and there is just so much trash back there now, and then they start throwing things over the fence, and I hate to see them come again for sleepers, because they will not sleep overnight. They will stay there for days until you try and force them out. I don't want to see my fences ripped again and have my tenants in fear that they're going to start stealing their equipment, their batteries, and everything else. And so I am I think there's got to be other areas for them to go. It's just not a big enough area for them to start camping, and it's going to impact all the other business around there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Cindy Petner. After that, it'll be Kim Scholl.
Cindy Petner. I'm opposed to this resolution for several reasons. One being that I don't believe that the city was completely transparent in all the properties that the city owns. After completing a records request, the city did go ahead and send me a list, and it turns out that the city owns 39 properties within the city limits. And I feel that some of these other properties should have been completed and an analysis completed, and that being provided to the city citizens to have a good knowledge of what everything is available. Also, I'm opposed to the Tennessee location, Tennessee Road. I do a lot of walking on the Mark Slough trails there. And it's not unusual to have somebody zip in a car, come do drugs, and then I just keep walking. And I have called the police when I've seen this going on. They're busy, but it's just a constant issue. And the next thing, and I'm opposed to the downtown locations. It just makes no sense for those businesses that have already struggled through the whole COVID, and now we want to throw this on them. I'm opposed to all of that. The question does come up, can the city create an ordinance that doesn't allow the sleeping on the sidewalks? I don't know if that's been done or considered. And then what if I'm in fear for my life or my safety or my property? What rights do I have as a property owner? And do I call the police every time I say, I'm in fear? And I've had, at the DMV when they were open, I had the guys walk me out to my car because that's a complete enclosed area. There's nowhere I could run. And there was somebody out there doing strange stuff. So I'm opposed completely to this resolution and the things that were offered and asked for a more transparent list of the properties. And if we have 39 properties that the city owns, maybe we just give them a list of these properties and let them go there.
Okay. Thank you. Next up is Kim Scholl. After that, it'll be Josh Thorstadt.
Hi, my name is Kim Shaw, and I've never done this before, so I'm a little bit nervous.
You're fine.
And basically, I just have bullet points. I kind of just want to just reiterate what everybody else, their concerns. Basically, I don't think that any of the sites, people in town, they have legitimate concerns for their businesses. People outside of the town have legitimate concerns. I live outside of the town, and neighbors, we've all gotten together and they said, can you please go? We have elderly neighbors and different people, and a lot of people do go over to over by Mark Slough and walk their dogs, all of that kind of thing. We already have people who have come through the fields onto our roads, and things have been stolen from people's yards, from their property. And we've had the police out there before looking for somebody who was hiding. It's frightening. And so I don't pretend to know what the answer is. I don't think setting up something just overnight is the answer. If indeed what's going to be done during the day. If I understood what you said correctly, it sounds like, okay, so here's a place for you to go at night, but during the day, it doesn't matter. So how is that any different than what is already happening? Most of the people seem to be sleeping during the day, not the night. They're out roaming at night doing not good things. And the other thing is, here in town, our church has actually had fires where people had come on the property, and I'm assuming to keep warm, I don't know, had fires. What if that was out there, like in the woods? Who's to keep them from doing fires? Is there any kind of monitoring? What about people with drugs? Are they going to be out there doing drugs? Can they bring dogs into the different places, especially out there where people walk their dogs? I mean, dog fights, I don't know. There's just a whole host of things. Who will be in charge of cleaning up after the people are told to come out? I've tried really hard to also put myself in the position of someone who is homeless. I don't think anybody here has a lack of compassion for somebody who's in that situation. However, so many people a number of us have talked with people that it sounds terrible, but they're saying, that's my choice. This is what I want. I don't want to be told. We need to have something in place. I don't know what it is for people who want to get out of that situation. That doesn't seem to be the norm here. For that. And so again, I don't know. I don't know what the answers are. We want to keep compassion, but we want to be able to make something happen that actually is a solution. And I don't see this as a solution. It's barely even a Band-Aid, because logistically, I just don't see how it will work. It doesn't seem that it will actually serve. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Josh Thorstad. And after that, I'm going to go to Brian Rose, if you're online.
Hello, my name is Josh Thorstad. I have two businesses here in Lebanon. I came here on a separate issue, but since we're on the topic of homeless, I'll talk about that too. I am a city councilor in the city of Sweet Home. We have gone through this. You guys have a long night ahead of you. I've been there. But on my issue, I have two businesses downtown Lebanon. My building is very old, and I think it's a crack in your guys' code, and I'm being charged utilities for something that I have no access to. I just paid the city $500 and something for bills that were backdated that I had no idea I owed. I went to the planning commission. I went to the office. Nobody had any answers for me other than hire a contractor and plug the drain. If I want to sell that property, that new owner would have to pay to have that done again to use resources. It is a shooting range. There's no toilets in there. There's no water in there. There's no nothing. So instead of me being told that I have to pay this minimum fee of $80 a month, is ridiculous. So
Can we stick to the homeless,
yes,
please?
I am.
Thank you.
And then on homeless, we have had the same issues in Sweet Home. We have put a shelter in place. It got me involved in politics. When I found out about this, I was irate. I went down to the city. I kind of not threatened, but promised all the councilors and the mayor that I was going to do something about it if they voted yes. And here I am as a councilor. It is helping having a place. And the gentleman that's running that shelter is here. And so I'm still partisan on some of this, but I'm going with the flow because I back the law enforcement, and they need to be able to do their jobs. And without this, they cannot. So that gives me, before I was elected, accountability to hold law enforcement accountable and hold the city accountable instead of having excuses. So On that, I talked to the mayor prior. He's going to help me with my situation, but I sat here for 2 hours waiting to speak, so I'm speaking, so I'm done. And you have a long night ahead of you, so have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Brian Rose online on Zoom? Okay, how about Cindy Lindsay?
Brian Rose just re-registered.
Okay, well, we're going to move on. Michelle Money? It's hard to read your last name. Is that correct?
It's Mooney.
Mooney, okay.
So,
Excuse me, Brian Rose, you'll be up next if you come up. Go ahead.
okay, I am kind of torn between two.
You know, the houseless here are people too. Now, I also get that some of these people are very disrespectful and don't, you know, clean up after themselves or take care of the place around them. And I think that that has a lot of people really upset, which is, of course, you know, a reason to be upset. But I also feel that they need to have something, you know, and sleeping on the sidewalk in front of people's houses, that's not it. They've got to have somewhere, something. I don't know, I'm hearing about all this property that we have. Why can't we use some of it? You know, and I get that people are upset that, I don't know, I just feel that I'm on the committee for the suicide awareness here in town. And we've got some people out there with mental health issues that, you know, we really want to try and help. And, you know, especially, we don't need any more suicides in our town. So let's help. Let's try and help them any way we can. And like I said, I know that it's just, they're not all, you know, nice, sociable people but at the same time, we've got a lot of people here who are respectful and they deserve the help. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did Brian Rose ever come up? No? Jim Newman?
He just walked out.
No, he's right there.
No, different Newman.
Jim Newman from Schmitza Public House. We have a camp in back of us, and many of the homeless are very kind, just like some of us, and some of them aren't, just like some of us. I've had two times homeless show up at my house at 1 a.m. to wake me up to tell me my store is unlocked. Now, that's good. Now, do I want them camped in back of the store? No. I believe it's hidden and not safe. It's too small and narrow. And how does it affect me? That's what I hear. Everyone talks about how it affects me. Well, it affects my business. I'm going through the dumpster multiple times. Some are good, they clean up, many don't. Vandalism, theft, but not all. The problem is we can't lump them up and someone's going to have to sacrifice because we have to get a place for them. So I'm opposed to this location. Well, what's that mean? Your location? City's got a good decision, and whatever you decide, I'll support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Kay Tanner. Is Kay Tanner ready? Kay Tanner, do you want to speak?
Yes, please.
Yes. Go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Kay Tanner and I own property at 853 South Main Street. My tenant is Lebanon Gracie Jiu-Jitsu and Hollywood Dance Studio. I've submitted an email stating my opposition to the downtown designated sleeping areas. I've listed the public concerns for safety of all parties based on experience of other cities inviting the homeless to sleep in the downtown cores. Over the decades of owning 853 South Main Street property, we've engaged in beautification products to enhance the desire of doing business in downtown Lebanon. To allow sleeping areas for the homeless in the downtown core is a turn in the wrong direction. It's a neglect of property owners, business owners, and those who pay for services. A larger area where the needs of the homeless can be provided and serviced is more appropriate, away from residential homes and commercial business. Small spots here and there for overnight sleeping are not a solution. And although it's very short notice that I got hearing of this notice, I do appreciate the opportunity to comment. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Is Cindy Lindsay ready? Do you want to speak? Cindy,
Yes, please.
go ahead, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I feel like there's a lot of really good, important points made. I think what I would want to add to the conversation is that I do have some experience working with a couple of different homeless shelter options. And I think that one of the things we maybe are missing is that just a place to rest at night that is unmanned without security or some oversight might be creating some additional issues that Lebanon will be unprepared for. So I am wondering maybe if there could be some consideration to maybe a site that it could be staffed. I realize that comes with additional costs, but I can tell you from experience that will be the next concern. I think there's also opportunity for some resource connection too. It's very important that resources are made available as each individual who is experiencing homelessness is ready in their own time for those resources to be able to connect it to their needs really builds very successful paths towards solving that homeless situation for that individual permanently. So those are a couple additional thoughts I hope will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is council, is council good, or do we need to recess for a moment?
I'm good for now.
We good? Ready to push through a little bit more? Okay. Next up is, I believe it's Sydney Lance. Did I say that right? Yes. Okay. You are, there you go.
My name is Sydney and I live in Park Manor Apartments, and I'm opposed to the Division Street location behind Bimart. I'm a single mom and my front door would be in view of that location, and I already have experienced multiple encounters with the homeless that are there during the day, in the evening, making it unsafe for me and my 2-year-old daughter. I understand you said that the Tennessee School Road location is inconvenient for the homeless because there is no transportation. Well, it's inconvenient for me to come home with my 2-year-old daughter and not feel safe. We've had people trying to peep in our windows, come to us in our cars, and I feel that having the location there is just going to cause more problem for the residents of Park Manor. I know that there is a lot of feeling about people that live there, but most of us are just parents trying to provide a safe place for our kids to live. And we just want to be heard, and we want to have a safe place to raise our children and to be able to come home safely. I've had multiple encounters with police since living there, that with the homeless, and I understand that the community is doing everything that they can in order to resolve the issue, but I just am asking you specifically to please think about us and me and my daughter as we come home at night specifically when making this decision.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Lawson, sorry.
Hi, my name's Teresa. Don't get us wrong, we're not against this homelessness, you know. I personally been there myself. I'm opposed to them camping behind our complex. They have cut our fence numerous times. They come in and steal our property. They run extension cords behind, we have one section back there, they run extension cords behind there and steal the power. They come in and steal our garbage service. They manage to get into the laundry rooms somehow through the windows, whatever, I'm not sure. We pay for that stuff. We pay to be there. They don't. You know, and we don't think it's fair that they can come in and do all this stuff. They creep on our children. One of them is caught creeping on our children. We've had them caught on video camera peeping into the single women's apartments. Our complex consists of mainly single women and elderly disabled people. We want to be known that, you know, we want it known that we're safe, that they're safe. And right now we don't feel safe. And we just need this, you know, this out of our neighborhood. You know, you say it's for sleeping only, but we don't have sleeping only right now, and they're not going to stay away. You know, you're not managing it. You're just saying that they can have a place to sleep at night. Well, at night, like somebody said before, they're up. They're creeping at night. They're stealing at night. They're peeping at night. They're taking our stuff. We want to feel safe. And you say you want to get the homeless off the street. Well, maybe if we can change some laws, like landlords can't keep people from renting a place because they have a criminal background. There's a lot of that. Well, you have a criminal background, we can't rent to you. Well, if they can't get a home, they're going to continue to be homeless. So maybe something like that needs to be done. You know, and I think everybody in the city needs to be made safe. We're just a 40-unit complex, you know, with 1 to 5 to 6 people in each complex. And we've all had to change our lives around for this. We have them coming in being confrontational and actually trying to start fights. We have one right now who is attacking one certain complex or one certain tenants. They even went as far as to go down the street and attack this tenant's family just because, you know, there's issues and we've asked them to, you know, hey, you can't be here. Hey, you can't be stealing or you can't be doing this. So therefore, now they're attacking residents' families. So we are very much opposed to them being behind Park Manor Apartments and behind that complex. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the Zoom is Tom. Tom, you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yes, hi, thank you. So much has been said. It's all really good stuff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be in the conversation. My office is at 88 South Main Street. It's on the northwest corner of Maple and Main. That is the only location that I have an issue with. I really appreciated the gentleman that came and spoke about his business. Someone told him the door was unlocked and stuff. Yes, I have personally been affected by homeless people being inappropriate and leaving trash and camping out at the back door and feces. And, you know, it's the homelessness itself is what I do not have an with whatsoever. It's the debris and the mess that gets left behind, and they don't seem to have any regard for that. And as a matter of fact, they might even be like hoarding, you know. But I'm also a mental health professional, so I'm very sensitive about the fact that these are human beings and that I'm very impressed with everybody there at the meeting because my perception is that everybody seems to agree that this is a humanistic issue. It's complex and multidimensional. The city itself applauds you for having the end goal being self-sufficiency and ultimately addressing causes of the homelessness and providing a path forward to stable housing and self-sufficiency for them. Others have insinuated or suggested that not everybody is going to be able to accept that or embrace it. And so having said all of that, I wonder if at some point you can begin to integrate some sort of social service into your master plan for managing the homeless population. Even the small bit of mental health assistance could make an enormous difference for any individual. So basically, that's all I have to say. I gained all kinds of perspective and gathered a lot of information just from being at the meeting. So I'm glad I was informed that there was going to be a meeting. I hope the law enforcement people can continue to do the job that they do. And hopefully this does give them a better opportunity to manage it on a city level. As the business owner, it's not preferred for me to feel like they're going to be across the street somewhere right next to the liquor store and camping out on the city hall. I mean, I appreciate that, got, the ability to do that. But this is a rural area, and it just seems to me that there's got to be better places it can be. It's not that I want them to be invisible. I know that's an issue for many people, that they need to be seen so that they're not just forgotten. But I almost feel bad for referring to them as them because each one of them is an individual and they deserve basic human rights. But basically, that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. And whatever you decide, I will support. But I'm not thrilled about having a sleepover place across the street from my office. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Jeff Meeks. Is that Jeff Meeks? No? Left? Okay. Is Robert McDonald online? He is not. Okay. Is Aaron McGuire? No? Okay. Ian? Are you available?
Yeah, I'm
Go
here.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. You guys clarified a lot of questions I had at the beginning of the meeting, but I had prepared something, so I'm just going to read it off. Said the city of Lebanon proposed a designated camping or sleeping area for homeless individuals. This is in response to Ninth Circuit Court decision, which states that no shelter location exists. Cities must allow people to seek protection from the elements on any non-exempt public property. The ruling also decriminalizes the act of seeking protection from the elements for a person with no alternative. At face value, providing the homeless population with a place to camp appears noble. However, allowing free public camping enables the continuation of self-destructive and criminal behaviors that inhibit their ability to become housed. If you inspect the root cause of homelessness, you will find a population struggling to provide basic needs for themselves due to hardcore drug addiction, mental health disorders, and physical illness. This is supported by numerous studies which show 75 to 90% of the unhoused homeless population is composed of drug addicted and mentally or physically ill people. Logically, someone of sound mind and body would adjust their life and accept public assistance or move to an area they can afford rent rather than camp on the streets. The addict nodding out with a needle in their arm or the mentally ill person shouting obscenities at the clouds in 45-degree Oregon rain are not just down on their luck. Addicts and mentally ill people have limited capacity for basic hygiene and medium to long-term thinking. As a result, homeless camps seen in Portland, Salem, Eugene, and other large West Coast cities are full of filth, garbage, human waste, stolen property, and drug paraphernalia. Instead of those cities caring for people who can't care for themselves, addicted and mentally ill homeless are allowed to occupy the fringes of society. Life at the fringes of society perpetuates a culture of theft, physical and sexual assault, property defacement, garbage dumping, and other behaviors that lower the standard of living for themselves and people around them. When looking at the city of Lebanon's proposed budget for the homeless camps, the budget appears to be an underestimate for the necessary law enforcement, garbage cleanup, and mental health and addiction services. These services will quickly strain the budget and pull law enforcement and other public servants away from their already overstretched duties to the rest of the city. The ultimate result will be a greater burden on the city and people of Lebanon. There are other unaccounted societal fees associated with enablement of public camping. Businesses near homeless camps have reduced customer traffic, property values decline, and residents with the means to do so will move away. These fees amount to unlisted taxes that push down the quality of life for the entire city. This burden is being imposed on us from other parts of the state where voters have undermined the quality of life in their own cities. Lebanon is not like those areas, fortunately. To keep Lebanon free of the decay found in those other Oregon cities, the Lebanon City Council should stand up to the enablement of untreated drug addiction and mental illness. Providing a place to camp is not the answer to difficult problems harbored in the homeless population. The city of Lebanon has a chance to lead and prevent poor decisions that drive people away from other once nice Oregon towns. It is worth fighting public camping mandates, which is just a narcissistic way of enabling untreated drug addiction and mental illness. Instead, Lebanon and other like-minded cities should demand the state and Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals address the root cause of homelessness while respecting private businesses, the citizens of Lebanon, and the people who are unable to care for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is Annalise and Randy Rose here? No? Deanna Bowser? Jeff Blattner? And if I butcher your name, I apologize. Mine too, so.
My world. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in front of you. I'll try and keep it short and sweet. And if I may, I can leave some notes with there. So I'll be succinct here. So as I said, my name is Jeff Blotter. I'm the owner and operator of Lebanon Family Dental, which is right across the street from the old gas station. I will readily admit that there are some pros to having that site designated as a sleeping arrangement for those that are homeless. But along with every other site, there are a lot of cons as well. I do believe that a designated site should be set up in really for the police officers and for them to be able to do their job. My concern is with my employees, as well as my patients. We've been very fortunate to this point, considering there's already a pretty substantial homeless population that lives and stays in that area. It is not uncommon. In fact, tonight when my wife and I left, there were 2 or 3, whether they were intoxicated or not, I can't answer, but they were screaming and yelling and threatening each other. That's a pretty common occurrence every time we leave. I recently interviewed, an individual for a job. And one of her questions for me was, do you guys have a gun on premises? And I said, well, no, why would you ask that? And she said, well, look around you. I want to make sure that I'm safe. That kind of struck me. And while I definitely agree that we need a suitable place for these people to sleep, come 7 o'clock, they have to go somewhere. And they're probably not going to go very far. So with that, I leave you and I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hannah Nicholson.
Clarification, I heard that possibility that county land could be used. Is that still true?
No, they wouldn't deed it over to the city.
Okay, and that's the only location out of the 39 locations that the previous?
Well, the one the lady said, this was just for comments, but I'll answer it really quickly because I'm polite, that lady was saying that there was 39 city properties. That was a county property that we were trying to obtain to use for this purpose that did not go through. So please continue with your comments.
Okay. We have, what, 7 weeks? Is that true to make this happen as a community? July 1st? Okay. I would like to know where the police's budget and staffing is for extra patrol. No matter what, we're going to have this happen if our city doesn't stand against the state, right? So there is going to be people down on their luck, but are not mentally ill, and they are not drug addicts, and they're not on meth and heroin. And if they're also driven into, could be a single mom or, widow, whatever, put into the location, wherever it is, preferably very open that can be seen, would the police department be willing to make massive extra patrolling around and around and around? Because who's gonna, that is worrisome there, okay. But also, what exactly does our community need to know about the police actually, once this parking lot or whatever it is set up, what does our community need to know about or need from the police to actually have the crimes, the vandalism, the attacking, the aggressions, the whatever it is, the crime that is being caused by some of these people, not all of them, okay? What do they need to do as witnesses? Do they have to have it on camera? Do they have to have more than one witness for these people to be held accountable that are the violent ones so they can be removed? Another question is, has Lynn County Jail finally been opened back up 100% since COVID has been lifted? And can we start now finally having people have consequences for their crimes? I would just like those answered. I know we don't have answer time right now, but if you could, what would be very helpful is all the questions that have not been answered, if they could be like maybe posted on our city website, so other people who, frequently ask questions, if you could put question and answers on there, or do we expect a private email? Because our councilman may not know the actual law, and what are we gonna do as a community? So, thank you, that's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Ashley, it starts with a P. I can't really read the writing. P-R-U-A-L, I believe? She's gone, okay. Scott McKinnon. Jeremy, you're up next.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Scott McKinnon, owner of a couple properties in the vicinity of some of these properties in question. So come to the table against, of course, obviously puts me in a bad category right away because I'm heartless, but I think everybody's identified some real legitimate concerns that this problem's, I kind of read through the 34 pages. It looks like this problem came up through this legislation or whatever, and, we're proposing the best solutions, but really is kind of a Band-Aid on like a cut to the jugular, this is like quite a larger problem, and so I know you got to bite problems off one at a time, so, but it'll obviously hurt my business, the value of my buildings and properties, and so and it will cost my tax dollars to support continually. So depending on where you stand and fall on the jurisdiction of government and what they should provide, we'd have even longer talks about. But definitely we want to still protect the innocent. So got a lot of people that are saying, hey, this would put me in harm's way, which is a big problem, and so hopefully you guys will address all that, how everybody's still going to be protected, and then you're going to provide this additional service. If not, then I would say we've taken a step backwards, and then as far as logistics and the officers, and we're saying this is going to be a better solution. It's hard to buy, mentally, I don't know. I'm not an officer, but I'm thinking, hey, you're gonna put 10 questionable fellows in the dark, in the same location, and have 0 problems. You know, there's gonna be issues, and then we're gonna call Officer Stevenson, someone, all right? Officer Stevenson isn't gonna go with 10 unquestionable fellows to that call. I would say you shouldn't. Maybe you would. I wouldn't, you know, it's in the dark. This is all their right to, we've given them the right to stay there and do whatever they want. There's very little, I mean, very little they can come to do. But if there's a crime that needs to be investigated or something carried out. Anyhow, as far as the logistics, I'd actually go for spreading these people out like they are right now. I'm crazy enough to say, hey, they're in the parks all day. There ain't nothing going on in the park at night. Let them stay there for $0 more. I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know. No citizen wants to go in the park right now at night anyhow. No one feels safe. So I'm not saying that's too much of a generalization. I'm just saying I don't feel safe having my kids cruise through the park at night right now. So if there was one sleeping over here in the park, one sleeping over there in the park, I would say it's a much better solution, being that it's free and you're not getting them all together. I mean, it's great way to get everybody communicating and on the same page as far as how to share drugs, alcohol, and promote sexual encounters. I don't know. I mean, if someone's kid runs away, can they stay there overnight, or can a cop go get them? Or do they have the right to just stick around? Questions I don't quite get. Also, I'm willing to buy this lot right over here and take the 130, and I'll build a building, and I could probably do that, no problem. Call Corey up. But yeah, like someone else said, there will be more costs there. You know, you get the cleanup, plus you got the officers that are going to have to come deal with that every day. So, people are roaming at night, like they say. I mean, my building down there, I got.
You're going to
on
have to
camera.
finish up. You're almost out of time, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go the whole time. So, I'm already housing 2 homeless pretty much next to my building every day. They go through my garbage, create a mess. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Gunther.
Hey, everyone. So the first thing that continues to bother me is the terminology around here. We can't do something. Well, as a town, we absolutely could if we wanted to. We don't want to. I don't really fault this council. I don't know that I would make a different decision, but we could. If we wanted to tell the state we didn't want to do something, we absolutely could. And we just take them to court, do whatever we felt like. We wouldn't have to do it. That said, I don't think that we have the support in this town to pull off that stunt. So I think that the decision you guys are making is the right one, and it's a good one. I am a little bit concerned that we won't be able to actually shut down the sleeping area every morning. If we can actually pull that off, I think that this could be a real big positive thing for the town and could start pushing people in the right direction to maybe not linger and stay, but to seek better services. I do think that we're going to have a budgetary issue. And in the last meeting, they brought up the fluoride issue in town. It sounds like Councilor Workman here actually did some research on that, and it's got a colored past here in the council. But one of the things that did come from that is it's costing us 50+ grand a year in maintenance, plus damage to our water pipes. That's a pretty big budget that we could sort of shuffle over to the police department to really solve this problem and really help us go forward, especially since the fluoride is such a controversial issue. It also bothers me that people in favor of that argument try to promote the universities, these great big universities. I think that most of this country, at least in this town, is probably losing faith in studies by those universities. So I would prefer if people want to use those as their backing for their arguments, they had better arguments, better studies that were not performed by these institutions that so many people have lost faith in. But I would ask that you look at that as an area of budgeting for this, because I think the council is going in the right direction, but you're going to need money. And that seems like a really obvious place.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Donna Keene?
Didn't bring notes like everyone, so I'm going to wing it. My name is Donna. I am a nurse and I am a case manager at Lebanon Hospital for the emergency room. So I will tell you that many of the homeless I deal with, it's really not an unfortunate circumstance that they happened upon. Most of those people, we can find them housing, we can find them resources, we can find them shelters. The people that we deal with in our area are mental health, drug addiction. Those are the big things. And so I think the council really needs to start adding that into how do we deal with that crisis. And I know that that's a later thing, that we have to deal with this for now. One thing I think that we need to start looking at is, where are they going for their resources? Where do they go to get their food? Where do they go during the daytime? Because unfortunately, this is going to have a huge impact on the community, no matter where they go to. So the least travel path for them between where they're staying and where they're going during the day is going to have least impact, I think, on the community. They're going to be going through less people's yards. Less people are going to be impacted by theft. So the farther you push them out, the more people that you're going to impact by that. And I definitely think we do need to address our law enforcement. They're going to need more help at night. Yes, if you're corralling them to a smaller area, I think it's probably spreading our law enforcement out less. Maybe they can focus more on one area. The Mark Slough area, the Tennessee Road, I happen to live across, right next to it. I think that's going to be difficult for them to patrol, considering especially they're going to go through the county to get to that city property. It's back along the river. Those people take off. They go along the river. We've had them chase people along the river at our house. And then, of course, you have the walking path behind the water treatment plant that's going to cause an issue. I am going to read something from one of the property owners who's not here, who owns the property that walking path goes across. Also, before I forget, I think one thing that would have to be addressed if they did choose that area is that is a bus route for many kids. And so at 7 o'clock in the morning, that is when the bus comes through. And they're picking up people at the end of our little street, which is Wheeler Loop, and all down across the complexes by the canal. Okay, so my name is Dawn Gehrig. My address is 33026 Tennessee Road in Lebanon. First, we must understand that homelessness is primarily a human problem, not a housing problem. And the solution to homelessness is to enforce public order and provide high-quality services that target root causes such as addiction and mental illness, not for all, but for many. I am responding about the City of Lebanon's proposal for a camp for people who have no other place to go, located on Tennessee Road. Several years ago, my wife and I spent significant time negotiating with the City of Lebanon when Build Lebanon Trails decided to connect some existing trail inside the city to existing Mark Slough Trail. The only option available was through our property. We expressed many concerns about having strangers walking through our property. We obviously were concerned about what kind of people would be attracted onto our property. One of the main concerns was that this may be an invitation to people who no longer have another place to go, to find places and set up camp. Along with that comes increased theft, increased garbage, increase in drug use, and other documented problems. This property is our home. We were being very careful about what problems having this trail through our property could create. We are community-minded and believe that along with the assurances that the city of Lebanon gave us, that allowing the trail through our property was a way to participate in our community where we lived and worked. The city assured us they would frequently monitor people who have no other place to go and would not allow this camp to be set up. I'll skip through just a little bit. I know we're about out of time. Now the tables are turned and the city wants to invite and encourage people who have no other place to go. And I think, have we hit our time
Yeah,
limit?
you're out of time. Can you just finish up?
What Don
very
is
quickly?
saying is that being that is his property, if this were to go through Tennessee Road, he would in fact find a way to shut down that trail through his property.
Thank you so much. Candice Williams, did I say that right? Is that correct?
Almost.
Okay, how do you pronounce it?
It's spelled weird, but it's
Okay.
Candace Williams.
Okay,
I didn't necessarily plan on speaking, but I figured I'd say a little something. I am the shelter coordinator at Second Chance Shelter in Albany. We do a lot of work with, well, there's some LPD, I guess. That's how we call Albany. I do want to say first and foremost, thank you, everybody. Nobody here, especially you guys, have an easy job choice decision, a lot of things to think about. It's hard all around. I know everybody here is going to get pros, cons yelled at and hugged. So I'm just saying thank you for everything you do. The other thing is, I guess it was mentioned earlier when you were talking about low barrier, high barrier shelters. There's a few things I'd like to address with that. So at Second Chance, we do have a low to no barrier. What that means is people under the influence can come at 8 p.m. every night. They do not have to be clean and sober, but we do, what we do there is they are not allowed to have drugs, alcohol, paraphernalia on them. It is come in at 8 p.m. and go to sleep. We have staff that runs it, and for the most part, it goes pretty well. Obviously, as in anything, any person, any family, we are all different. So there are times an individual may not like to follow the rules, and the way we run is we work with them, we wrap around them, we offer them resources, right? Sometimes it's just letting them know where they can get treatment or other things. Our high barrier shelter is our dorms and our 5 family rooms. We have men's dorms, women's dorms. That is a program. It is our program. So they are working towards something. You're not just staying there hanging out, right? You do have to be clean and sober to be in our high barrier shelter. No drugs of any kind, no alcohol, and we have pretty strict rules. I set those policies. And I will tell you guys, I know I hear a lot of things, and don't get me wrong, everybody experiencing homelessness is not the nicest, may not be the nicest, but they're also not all the worst of the worst. At our shelter, we are in, I believe it was 83% last week of our high barrier shelter is elderly. Portion of those are severely disabled as well. So I'm pretty sure everybody knows homelessness is not one thing. It is a mixture of things, right? Affordable housing, mental health, addiction, medical, right? We have veterans there. There is a wide range of people, and they are all people that are experiencing homelessness. We also do a lot of outreach with various organizations, and we go out to the camps and we help. Again, mixed bag, right? Because they're all individuals, so everybody has their own thoughts, feelings, and actions. I would say that I think that the safe sleep, I don't know if that's what you guys are calling it, safe sleep sites, are a great idea. I like that the community is inputting on it. Actually, that makes me proud. Good and bad. But I would definitely, my suggestion, having been in the field for almost 12 years, is you do want to have somebody maintaining it, and very strict policies in the way of no drugs, no alcohols, that kind of thing. those are just my little 2 cents. Also offering our support. If anybody has questions, wants ideas, thoughts on shelter, low, no barrier, any of that, we are more than willing to work with anybody. So feel free to reach out to us. We're right across the street from Lynn County Jail. Also, I want to connect with you at some point. Okay, sorry. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Jason Adamson.
Everybody, thanks for having me. So I had a couple concerns. I think this having a site just to have somebody or to have this camp it's shifting the burden from one section of town to another with a lot of stuff. It sounded like I've heard a lot of, hey, they're in downtown, I want them out of downtown. And I'm not trying to accuse the business owners or anything, I get it. But it's like, I could see the same if they were in my neighborhood, I'd want them out of my portion of town into another portion of town. And this only counts to the people who, like homeless people. Yeah, homelessness happens. It is a problem, and it's the bad apples that give us that bad light on these people, and a lot of them don't cause the issue. But I just don't think shifting them from just taking them all and compressing them in one part of town or kicking them out of a certain part of town will solve the underlying problem of what they're talking about, the mental illness and drug addiction. So I'd be more willing to accept a location, one specific location. If I hear a person say, hey, I want that camp near my house or near my business, I'm fine with that. But to say I want it somewhere else rather than next to me, that's like, I can't really accept that. You know, it seems like it would rip the community in half where if you just take it out of one area and push it to another, I don't think it would settle well with people. This is coming from a person, I live that big house right on the corner over there. I would have a camp a block away from my house. It's a main walking area from the north side of town to the high school down 5th Street. My 10-year-old daughter walks to Green Acres in the morning, and she has to be at school at 7 o'clock or 7:30. So by the time they kick everybody out of this camp at 7, they're going to be crossing paths with her on the way. I just don't foresee. I mean, all in all, it's just having everybody compressing one area, much of like what other people were saying. A couple others wouldn't solve the issue, and it would just cause more of a problem for that local community, whatever it decides. So I'd be more willing to just have it stand pat and stay how it is, where people are just able to be everywhere, and it does affect our city as a whole equally, in a sense. Additionally, I wonder what it would do against the RVs, the trailers, the squatters in our community. Will the police have any control over that? And 2, not a lot of people want to be police officers, unfortunately, anymore. It's hard for different police agencies to get officers. It takes a while for a new hired officers to get back on the line. And I'd much rather them protect my family and do that rather than dealing with shooing a person off a sidewalk into a pre-designated lot. So anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need a recess? We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll resume at 8:07.
That one mine or is that one yours? I think that one's yours.
We have everybody back?
I think that one's mine.
Well, not
Nancy?
completely, no.
That's the ones I wanted. Reach out to them.
In their defense, there was a lineup at the bathroom.
I know.
Yeah, we're not just waiting on you, Nancy.
7, 8. It's not that bad. Not that bad. Okay, let's start back up. I think we have everybody back in seats. Dennis Stoneman.
Hi, good evening. I am representing the River Center over at 3000 South Santiam Highway. I'm the community outreach coordinator there. Warren Stroop is our lead pastor. We got the letter talking about the places, the locations that are in consideration because our church is within the parameters of, I guess, Division Street at that location. We talked about it, deliberated, looked at the 5 locations. I mean, it's hard to look at any of those locations and say they're good, and these are good things, and it's a good spot. But I do think that the spot over on Division is probably the least worst spot. The reason I say that is because at the River Center, we do have a food bank. We have wraparound services. We have dental programs. We have Benton County Health Services there. Every week, we also have a dental van that I can get free of charge. People can get dental care free of charge. We're also working on a grant to start a meal site to coincide with the soup kitchen so that there would be a hot meal in every single day of the week in Lebanon. Also plan to do a cooling center here in the summer and a warming center in the winter this year. We're also looking at a grant to do some street outreach to the homeless, providing essential products that they need to just in living their life, and partnering with Teen Challenge, which Teen Challenge is a group of people who have experienced that lived that homeless life, lived the life of drug addiction and those things, and are coming out of it. We're talking about how to see people go from homelessness to out of homelessness, from dependency to self-sufficiency. And that's something that we really want to do. We want to be a part of. So out of all of the places, if you do deem it to be on Division Street, we are not opposed to it. Not saying that it's a great place. We know that it does come with its encumbrances. It does come with some difficulties for the residents of Park Manor Apartments, as well as the businesses that are going to be impacted. I think every site affects that. At some point, somebody is going to be affected. I don't think there is a site where there is no impact, community impact to people. I just think this is one that can also impact the homeless. I also want to say that one of the things that I've heard here today is kind of a misnomer and a miscommunication of the population we're talking about. We're talking about the homeless population, not the criminal population. Those are two different populations. I've been working with the homeless here in Lebanon for 10 years on June 1st this year through the River Center, and I've enjoyed it. And I have a particular woman now who is experiencing homelessness. She's 76 years old. She's having heart problems. All of these things are happening. She's elderly and on a fixed income, and she has absolutely the worst personality. And that's why she's homeless. She's burned every bridge. She's yelled at and cussed at and made people feel horrible. Her family has not, she's not a criminal. She's not stealing. She's not anything. She's not jamming needles into kids' arms or anything like that. She's just a mean old lady who needs a place to sleep. And I think that that's a lot of our homeless population. I had another woman who is now, we've helped her into a place, and it's because she had 3 dogs and wouldn't let go of them. So she slept in her car for a year and a half. So bringing a homeless population to to that area isn't necessarily bringing a criminal population. I also think that one thing that we're missing is that by doing something, we're doing something and not nothing. And I encourage everybody and I applaud everybody here willing to stand up and do something.
Thank you.
Thank
What
you.
was your name again? I'm sorry.
My name's Dennis Stoneman.
Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Hill. Jonathan Hill.
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Jonathan Hill. I am the owner of a downtown building. I see you walking by my building all the time, Mayor. So it's always great to see you out there. But I own one of the downtown buildings. I love it down there. I think it's wonderful. First of all, I think a lot has been said that I didn't even think about tonight. I think it's been wonderful. The input has been great from the community. I do want to pose just a few questions that have not been posed this evening. I don't know the law like our city attorney, Mr. Kennedy. So I'm just going to pose some questions with my total I don't know. I have no idea about these things. So is it possible to have a list of prerequisites for people who want to use this facility or whatever, or maybe a checklist of something like the lady from Chance who was here, they can't be doing certain things, and we just kind of have some checkpoints like, okay, yes, and then they can use it, and then we also maybe assign to help alleviate the problem that comes to the public, or more tax dollars to fund these things, or whatever we have that come up that's going to arise out of this. I think we need a solution. Obviously, that's clear. So, but can we assign jobs? If you use this, can we now, hey, you are assigned this, you have to clean up this area. This is your space, you own it. And then, or how about this? Have we even asked the people experiencing homelessness, what is a good solution for you? What would serve you? Have we had an interview process with them? Like, if you need me, somebody of the town to donate my time with a camera and just have some questions that maybe you guys provide with me and say, hey, how can we serve you? What would be a good solution? And have their input. Not we just come up with a Band-Aid. We've heard that term tonight, and I actually don't like it, so forgive me for it. But I don't want to enable. I want to actually help. That's my heart. I really do want to help. And if we ask them, what would help you? I think that was a really good question maybe posed to them. I know there's some mental illness and things in the place, but let's get a better feel for the people instead of us trying to come up with solutions. It's actually not going to. I've heard a lot of really good concerns, and don't get me wrong, I want to help and love. I think humanitarian efforts are important, and I think it's a hard solution that we're coming up with. So I think that we need some more information from them. What would help you? How can we provide these with you, to you? Because a lot of people just don't even know how to reach out for help, don't know how to get a hold of these different avenues. I'm forgetting, the words are fleeting right now, forgive me, but different programs that are in place already to help these people. They just don't know how to ask or how to go get it. So can we just maybe do a little bit more research and just maybe ask them, and are there questionnaires that we can put in place and prerequisites and kind of checkpoints to make sure that people actually staying clean and participating well, not just taking it. That's all. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara Dixon. Mitchell, I can't read your writing. What's the last name? Thank you.
So, okay, for starters, here's who couldn't be here today. All right, for starters, I would like to say I am in objection to the division. As somebody who does live in that apartment complex, we have seen so many different things. And so to touch base on something that was said earlier, the River Center is probably the least affected by all these homeless people. So I took that ignorance a little certain way. As somebody who lives in there, we have 40 units total, with 1 to up to 6 people per unit. We have all had to deal with this. I've lived in that complex since 2014, and it doesn't stop. these homeless people, not every one of them are bad, so I can't sit here and say that, but there are the aggressive ones, and there are currently aggressive ones there right now. For example, I've had my windshield smashed out of my Mustang by a homeless person. We had weapons pulled on us the other night. We have these guys, they'll come through, they'll watch our kids. We just got a brand new play structure in our apartment complex a week and a half ago, and we already have to keep our kids inside because these guys will not stop. As a parent, I'm sure, you guys understand as parents as well, your kids need to stay safe. First and foremost, that is our objective, is to keep our kids safe. And our quality of life should not be compromised because these guys want to be obnoxious. They want to come in, they want to steal our stuff. They want to vandalize our stuff. Currently, we have our complex is under renovation. They've been stealing from the construction workers. They've been going in, they've stolen wheelbarrows, they've stolen hammers, they've stolen resources for these guys who are paid to come in and do this work. That is also not fair to them. They have repeatedly cut out the chain link fence out in the back so that they can gain access. Our complex has replaced it multiple times, and they have eventually said, screw it, we are done. We're just throwing money away at this point. That is not fair to them because they're trying to keep a safe environment for us as tenants there, and they can't do that. I would like these people to have a safe place and somewhere that they can be safe and not have to worry about things like that. But I think that it is very unfair for people who have had to suffer through this for years already to have to be subjected to potentially seeing more of this. You bring more, that's going to be more of an opportunity for more of our stuff to go missing. 2 nights ago, I had a guy try to steal the fire pit off my back porch. Like, I work for this. I live paycheck to paycheck. I can't get up and move. That's not an option for me. And we have about 20 different kids in our complex, and they're seeing all this. They're seeing the aggressiveness. They're seeing the thievery. They're seeing the vandalism, and that's not setting a good example for the next generation of people who are going to inhabit this town. It's not fair, and we've called the police. And I'm sure you could ask any officer. 42 Market Street. That apartment complex has received so many calls. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. We understand that their hands are tied, but as a community, we want to voice our opinion because we have suffered through this for so long and we are so tired of this. And honestly, at this point, it feels like they have more rights than we do. And there's nothing that we can do about that. And it is truly unfair. Again, I would like to see them with success come, from this situation, but please don't let it be at our expense. If you could consider removing Division Street from that, all the businesses around us in the apartment complex, even the properties on the opposite side of the buildings, but still along Division that go all the way down, they're having the problems too. So it's more than just, oh, get them out of here. We have been living through this for a long time, and it is really making life hard. That is a big complex. There's a lot of people. We are just asking for a little mercy on this, because if you bring more, we are going to have more problems. And that is a guarantee because we are having these problems with 6 to 8 people now. So what happens if we have 20? That's my argument.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Wilson.
I was just saying, that, a little too close. It's been a while since I've used a phone, so, or anything electronic, really. I was saying that a shelter would be a really good idea. And one spot that I talked to some of the guys that are homeless was like the mill. There's like a section that you guys own that's just right on the other side of the building that you have power over. Or no, it's the Heather Foundation, actually, I think is what it was. I'm not for certain, but there was like another place I can't remember. My notes got wet. You go figure, right? But there was another place that had a similar thing. It was another subsidiary company or something. I don't know, some foundation or something that would be a good spot for the shelter as well. I can submit them to the council, the chamber, when I, get those and relook into them all and give them as an idea. But a shelter would be best probably because it keeps people off the streets and, out of everybody's area. But it seems that even your ideas and what was presented seem to be what the people of the city thinks is unfair, to them because it puts them in their area. What you're trying to do is control something that you have no control over. It's God that's helping, and it has to be through him first. If it's not through him first of heart, then how will it succeed? Plain and simple. The problem is not us. And this, you're trying to control something that's God's control. And you have to believe it in your heart for it to work and go together. I mean, heck, I don't even know why I was sitting here today. I'm like, oh, why am I doing this today? I didn't even know, and it was through the church, through God. And that's all, I guess that's all I kind of got to say. Sorry.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Emma Stranger? Oh.
I'm Emma Stender, and I live on Beaton Lane. I am neighbors with Don Gehrig. Previously, the person who spoke for him had said that he will choose to put up a fence and block the path, making the only way to that site through Tennessee Road. There is no sidewalks or walking area for them to get there, making it a danger not for themselves, but drivers for hitting them. Living with that on their conscience is not very fun. On top of this, the title of this is an overnight sleeping area. The definition of overnight is a stop or stay lasting one night. Where are you putting them after that one night? This means they only get to stay one night. If this is not the case, you, the city council, are not being truthful to the city you signed up to serve. More than one night means a residence. Will they be paying taxes just like the rest of the residents of Lebanon? Will there be more police patrolling that area at 7 a.m. when they are kicked out of their fenced area that is rented every month? What are they to do? They're not leaving. They're going to stand outside the fence and stay around the path. There are lots of people using that path on a daily basis, morning, night, in the middle of the day, children walking. The residents around the area have children. We have lots of neighbors with children. Are these people going to have names listed? Are they going to be written down? Earlier, it was stated that there will be cameras so that they can identify who starts a fire if it is started on purpose. Are we going to have names? Identify, are they going to jail at that point? Do we know who's staying there? Is it going to be registered sex offenders, criminals? Are these children going to be safe that are in the area? Not just the children, but all of the residents. We moved to Lebanon almost a year ago. We bought our home just outside of town to be not in the chaos of people. And unfortunately, it seems to be that you are choosing to put us in the middle of chaos. What are we to do at 7 a.m. when we have to go to work and cannot manage watching our homes for being raided by these people who now can be teamed up with other people and then have access to them? Because who's going to be there? Earlier, a guy had said that sometimes the police don't show up, which I get. They are busy. But at that point, what are you to do? Are you taking responsibility for these actions of these people? Because if they're going to have residents on this property you own, you are responsible for their actions. You are the guardians of these people, making it super frustrating as people who live in the area. We have neighbors with animals. What are they to do? when they are visibly intoxicated and may not enter the residence, the fenced area, what are they to do? Are they going to walk back down Tennessee Road? No, they're going to set up camp right next to it. But who's monitoring that? If they don't go in, are they going to jail? Are these answers being answered? Or questions being answered? When it's 10 o'clock and these people are choosing to just walk around, do they get to come and go at any hours of the night? Are they going to be walking onto our property? Seeing in our windows, our homes? Would you invite them in your back fenced area? Would you invite them in your front yard? Because it seems to be a little unfair that we, the people of Lebanon who are paying these taxes, don't get to have a vote. We found about this on Friday. There was a note on my door. Was it talked about before this? Was it announced to the public before this? As a person who lives alone some nights because of my husband's work schedule, I will not hesitate to protect myself if I feel threatened on my own property that I purchased and worked really hard for. I didn't work to pay my bills and get everything situated so that somebody else who doesn't give a crap can come and sit there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, I'm having trouble reading your last name. What is it?
It's been butchered my whole life. I think.
But what is it? How do you, huh?
Prober.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. My wife Dee Dee and I and our kids own and operate the grocery outlet. Hopefully you all shop there. And after my comments, you'll continue to shop there. We truly, first of all, to the police officers, we value your support of our store. As you know that, and second, I want to say to whoever cleaned up all the RVs that used to park along that division area, code enforcement, well done, because it has helped reduce some crime and other things that we were experiencing when the previous camp was out back of our store. It can be very precarious for our employees. And, you know, we're, just like you are sworn to protect and serve, you know what, one of my responsibilities to the 35 employees that we have is to protect and provide an environment that is safe for them to work, to come and go. We have deliveries early in the morning. We have, you know, folks till late at night. And it's our job to provide them a safe work environment. If you put that location on Division, I think it puts us, again, we've already experienced it once. I don't want to experience that twice. I'm absolutely opposed to that. And then just to the apartment complex, you know, again, we've owned that location for about 18 months. I want to go visit every person who lives in the apartment complex behind me, because doggone it, I would not want my children to be harassed as they're going to school or coming home or going out for ice cream because they decided to go to Dairy Queen that night, and lo and behold, they come home and it's 10:15 and we're shuttling folks into a caged area, I guess, or a fenced area, however you want to call it, that's dark and not patrolled. I think that's a bad spot. So anyway, with that, you've probably heard plenty tonight, but I'm absolutely opposed to the division, not just because it affects the nose on my face, but because we've already experienced what people living and temporarily housed behind our location has. I mean, we've had death threats, we've had bikes thrown at our employees, we've had, you know, fixtures, bread fixtures picked up and thrown at our employees, you know, all those kind of things that since that has been kind of cleaned out, though we still experience it, has been, you know, again, I just don't want to welcome it back. So thank you, and hopefully you guys make a great decision. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last is Rick Spanini. Rick? Okay, that concludes the public comments. The public hearing is hereby closed at 8:32. And all further discussions will be limited to council and staff at this time. I would just first like to say that when we talked about this public hearing, we made a point of making sure that we listen to everybody. All the testimony that was given tonight, I've learned a whole bunch of stuff, and that's what I need, because I can't do it on my own. So thank you for everybody who's come down. It's our job to sit here and listen. It might not seem like we were interested sometimes, but we were listening. Trust me, we were. We work on this issue constantly. It is not a 15 minutes a week. I talk with the city manager and the city attorney. Probably, it's a full-time job. I'll just say that. It's not a part-time job as mayor or councilor. So if you want to do the job correctly. All the testimony was given on what the causation of homelessness tonight was mirrored what I wrote some testimony for a bill that was going to go in front of a committee, and luckily it died in committee, so we didn't have to push it forward. But my opposition to it, I'll read the part. My opposition to this legislation is based on the omission of three vital causation components of homelessness: lack of personal accountability, mental health, and drug and alcohol addiction. This inaction on these three components will prolong this epidemic for many years to come. And I go further into it. I also talk about when one of the Jonathan Hill said he sees me walking all the time. I live in downtown, so I deal with it on a daily basis. And I walk to all these areas where the homeless are encamped, and I talk to them. And well, I'll read this section of it. As I and staff walk throughout the city of Lebanon, we constantly talk with the homeless population, offering solutions to their situations. However, it falls on deaf ears. As their status quo of fulfilling their addictive appetites is accomplished on a daily basis, they relish in this life of unaccountability and unfettered drug and alcohol use. So we as a council understand the causes of this. And there is a difference between people that are homeless and the 25 on average that we deal with that are more of the criminal element, very into the drugs and alcohol. One of them is, well, I won't say his name, but he's in a Division Street place, and I talked to him, and we know him quite well. We know him by name, and he doesn't want any assistance. He wants to just live his life the way he wants to live it. Now, we as a city, we're trying to figure out what that solution is, okay? It's a very hard one. But tonight, there was some things said that I did not think of. It kind of changes my attitude on what we should do tonight. I would propose, this is for me, I don't have a vote in this unless it's a tie, but I propose that we do more due diligence on this situation or this item and address some of the things that were brought up that the Nancy, the city manager, had written down. One of them was the school bus issue. Did not even think of that. Okay. So I'm not going to sit up here and say, I'm not going to sit up here and lie to the public or the council and say, oh yeah, we thought of, no, we didn't think of everything. That's why it's important for this. Okay. So I would propose not approving any spot tonight until we address some more of these issues and also look at maybe some other options that may be out there. We have until what, July 1st? Okay. We still have another city council meeting where we can do this. I don't know, all the questions that the public posed, are they going to be, once they're answered, where can we post those so they can read them?
So
I will say we will do our level best to get answers. I'm going to commit to Monday and hope that we beat it faster than that. They will be
Undercommit and
posted
overdeliver.
on our website and on our Facebook page. And I do know that there are a lot of community members who see our Facebook page postings and then share that as they, we get shares out to other Facebook sites that people do watch. And so we'll try to get answers and get that information out as quickly as we can. Kelly's done a good job of keeping track of all the questions for me, so we'll sit down tomorrow and start trying to work through those answers with Frank and with other social service providers wherever we need to pull them in.
And I have to ask again, if we have inaction tonight, does the status quo just stays present the way it is?
It
Even
does.
after July 1st?
It does, and I think that what you have in terms of a recommendation is if there is no site declared, we would suggest coming back and looking at our ordinance for sleeping in public places associated with parks and codify through there some time, place, and manner restrictions. I think we could look, for example, at codifying that you can't sleep on sidewalks in front of residential properties or those kinds of things that might help at least narrow the universe somewhat, as opposed to every piece of public property in town. But I'm not sure that it would rule out. I don't know whether or not we could rule out, for example, sidewalks abutting city facilities. So we're back to some of those kinds of questions. I think we'd have to work through that. What time, place, and manner restrictions we could put in there. We'd work with Trey on what could go into that ordinance and bring that back for an amendment.
Well, let's go around to the council. Any comments, questions, motions?
Is there, I don't know 39 properties. Bless her for looking up that many properties. Is there options that we haven't explored? I'm going to assume that we've looked at all those properties and there was something that may have not be viable.
We did look at all of those properties, and they do include, that list of 39 includes all of our parkland. It includes water treatment plant, wastewater plant. It includes, as I noted earlier, lift stations and pump stations. I want to say water towers, and that's not the right word, Ron. It's water reservoirs. Thank you. They're not towers. I come from Kansas where they were always up in the sky.
Retention ponds and things like that.
And then we have a bunch of creek areas. I know there was written testimony saying, why don't you go to the 97 Industrial Way, which is a parcel that we own, but it's pond. And while there are some areas that are a little drier there, it's basically abutting a pond. And so that site we ruled out as staff and didn't even take to the committee as something to consider because on its face, it just didn't meet any of the time, place, and manner restrictions because, you don't want people falling into the pond and there's not enough dry area there that you could put in any kind of sleeping place that would be suitable. So there are a lot of sites like that. Some of them are holdovers, that was back when it was a mill. Some of them have been dedicated to the city as part of development because it's not developable property. And so as you build houses around it, it's like, okay, there's the drainage location, the detention pond or something along those lines that becomes now city property. So if I can pull that list and we can map out the locations. A lot of the.
I trust that when we've gone through this, that those have been explored. I just want people to know that. And,
yeah.
And what is if July 1st happens and we have not made a decision, nothing officially changes. We're status quo. That's what I'm hearing, right?
That's correct. And so that does mean, at 2:00 in the morning, someone is asleep in Strawberry Plaza, they'll be asleep in Strawberry Plaza.
So then division would stay as it is too then, right? Or wrong?
Division would probably stay as it is because without
Without some
some
I'm
place to
just
say,
clarifying.
here's where you can go instead.
And I can say that, I mean, I've actually, I'm kind of a real estate nerd anyways, but I have, access to I have several different programs that I can just look at properties. I've sat on the computer and went down Main Street. I've gone down as many streets as I can, looking at lots, figuring out, and the only thing I would say that is an option that we haven't looked at would be property that we would have to buy. There is property potentially, if we wanted to spend money, that we could potentially buy. Now, I know, I see Nancy doing this. We don't have any money. I mean,
Just
there
say,
is.
I've been working on the budget all day, so.
I know. But I mean, I've literally pulled up probably 300 properties to look at ownership, look at, where they're at zoned, is there residences around them? And even, and as far as the city properties, you can't prove a negative, but we've been pretty exhaustive here. And that search that I was doing led to the one that ended up not turning out, for whatever reason. That might have been a good option, but,
This feels like we're
there's
going
not
to
a
end
whole
up with the
lot left.
lesser of several evils in this process.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, several times people mention why not just put them in a park? And a few months ago when we started this conversation, that came up. And I felt like, and I think most of you agreed, that if they're spending the day in the park already and we make that a place where they can stay the night, it's going to become a permanent, it's going to be a permanent camp that they have taken over now. We can't kick them out in the morning because it's a public park. They have the right to be there. So they will be there long-term. You'll get more and more. And I think it's what we're trying not to do here is create a permanent encampment. We are just giving our police an option to be able, like, you cannot stay here. You have this spot that we've designated. I personally feel like most of them won't even make it to whatever spot we designated. They'll leave the area. It's not like the police are driving them to the camp. The police are saying, you can't be here. This is our spot. They'll go wherever they can hide next and pass out there. That's my own personal feeling on that.
You're not wrong.
The police will encounter them and
With that, I think with the parks being 24/7 encampment, I think division, my opposition to the division area is the same thing. If they're already spending the day there and we designate it as a sleeping spot, we've established a permanent camp right behind all those businesses with the apartments right there. So I would cross that one off the list right now, for me anyway. And as far as identifying more sites, I think Trey's right. There was an ad hoc committee made up of citizens that looked at this for months before they turned it over to the city council. Every public spot that's been owned has been looked at. And I was trying to come up with a park that's away from people. And the only one I could come up with is where they have the Strawberry Festival. It's remote and it's a paved parking lot. There's no houses around it. The only time that wouldn't work is during an event, which there's enough events there that I'm not sure if that's a
No,
potential option or not.
It gets pretty well booked for the summer with, so Civil War and Strawberry Festival, and we have a bike event coming through there. And I don't know who all has signed up. If we have Pirate Days, it is well used throughout the summer. And we do make money off of the rentals that we have there. I will tell you, staff talked about Cheetah Lake Park, both the south side and the north side where the boat ramp is.
Yeah, the north side's too close to houses. I mean, there's a new subdivision right there.
I'm adamantly opposed against Cheetah Lake Park just because of the $2 million grant we have to actually improve that park. I mean, it's out for me as well as all the parks. I'm with you on that 100%.
And I'm not an advocate. I just want to make a point that I think is fair, is that the Division Street, I think the only way to keep that from being an encampment is to give the police the tools by making that. If we made that the encampment, I disagree that we wouldn't be able to move them during the day. And because that's exactly the police power we are giving them, right? Because that would be closed during the day.
It's just a bad.
That's the goal. And that's fine. But I just wanted to correct that part of it.
Yep.
Well, I have a remark then. We keep going back to the police aspect of it. Chief, do you have any comments? Did I put you on the spot?
Yeah,
You didn't think you were just going to sit there all night, did you? Yeah, nice try.
It's not, hey, we just sat through this.
And you can say, state, stop legalizing drugs, quit passing laws, but you know.
I don't think your mic's on, sir.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay. I have several thoughts, but I think it's more, if you ask me specific questions, I'll be able to answer them for you. We've heard all night long, it's a very complex issue. And it's an issue that I think further conversations need to be had. But what we were talking about tonight was exactly that, is giving us the authority to move people along and put them at a location that has been designated by the council. And I think that is one of the most imperative things. We get calls about individuals who are illegally camping, who are, Division Way is a prime example, which we go and we approach these individuals, much like the mayor has said. Community policing is out there daily, contacting individuals and trying to offer resources. But these are the individuals that do not want our resources. These are the individuals who want to do what they want to do. And I don't want it to turn into a situation where they get to do what they want to do and get to stay where they want to stay and get to camp where they want to camp. So that is why, specifically why I brought up the issue a while ago, saying if we don't do something, if we don't have a location that's designated, then we're going to run into further issues, and it will open up the door for more individuals to come, because it will be a free-for-all, and that's what I want to avoid at all costs. So you're right in the statement, if we don't do anything, what will the status, it won't change, but it also means that we're going to have more citizens out there contacting not only you guys, but the police department, asking what is going to be done. So that's kind of where I stand right now. I think the locations that we have, I totally agree. They're not the greatest, but it's the locations that we have. But you know, as it stands right now, the individuals who want our assistance take us up on that assistance, and we bend over backwards to provide them with a location to go. One thing that was brought up to me, I believe someone asked me, do you guys do sweeps of homeless? No, we do not. Do we run people to the edge of town and drop them off? No, we do not. We're here specifically to help individuals who want the help and to address behavioral issues that come alongside with homelessness. So again, we're kind of diving into the minutia or weeds of what we're talking about here, but what we are trying to address today or in the future is finding a location that we have designated that people can go to, so when we get a call, we can properly address. Because we don't want to get into a situation where we don't have a location designated and we start having people moving into the parks and there's absolutely zero that I can do. Prime example would be right now, if someone wanted to go sleep at Bob Smith Park on the pitcher's mound, and there is a baseball game coming in the next day, and we get a call, I can't do anything to remove this individual. He gets to stay there. I can ask him, because there's a baseball game that's about to happen. But, I mean, that's the kind of situation, of course, that's an extreme, but that's the kind of situation where I don't want the citizens to be in, and I don't want my officers to be in that situation as well. So
How much of that could be handled by codifying? I mean,
Not enough.
No.
Well, if you look at what some communities are doing, they're setting up where they can camp by identifying where they can't. But they're satisfying the law because there are places where they can be. They're not doing a central location. They're just saying, you can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here. I mean, and that's kind of what Nancy was saying, is that we could do those type of restrictions, but there has to be somewhere to give the police any ability to do anything about the other places.
Mayor, would it be possible to designate the gas station temporarily? This is not going to be a permanent thing, that down the road we could discover a better place, or we get a person that wants to let us use their property to build a shelter.
Well, the bottom line is if someone makes that motion, that it's in the council's hands. I don't think there's anything saying you couldn't do that. I don't know if it's the best course of action, but who knows?
Any spot you picked could be temporary because it can be changed by resolution. That's why we did it, the way we did it is we have the ordinance that regulates it, and then we have a resolution that establishes the location. So any location you choose could theoretically be temporary. And likely, because remember, this is temporary. There's going to be more stuff coming down. There's going to be more Ninth Circuit decisions. There's going to be more state at some point. We're being forced into some things, both by the courts and by the state, of course, without any funding to do it, that's going to change in the future. So this, whatever we do right now is going to be temporary.
I would add to that, if you recall back at some of the work sessions where we've talked about this, the state law says reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, and everybody says, and what is reasonable? And so you're going to have communities across the state of Oregon making different decisions about what's reasonable, and you will get lawsuits, and you will get judges saying X is reasonable and Y is not reasonable, and that starts defining it for everybody. Right now, we have taken what we think is a reasonable approach in terms of identifying public property, but it's ultimately potentially a court decision that says whether or not the approach is reasonable. So if we've ruled out a site because it's along the canal or next to a lake, and that from staff's perspective, it creates a danger, and the court says, no, it doesn't create a danger, have people sleep beside the lake. That sets the precedent then for every community in the state. There is a lot that's happening right now that every community is kind of sitting there doing, I don't know. We don't have someplace and we don't have the resources. There are not a lot of communities our size that have a shelter in operation. I would hope that, whatever site we pick is temporary and that at some point a shelter becomes available. State funding to operate a shelter becomes available. Now that's hopeful.
That's the key.
That's hopeful. It's not optimistic, it's just hopeful.
And any site could be the subject of whatever mitigation efforts we find reasonable in order to at least alleviate some of the concerns. For example, there's a big cut in the gate at Division allowing direct access into that apartment building. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, I think everybody can agree that's, and they fixed it and then they cut it again. So potentially, and again, this is just, just potentially, what about a mortar wall? I mean, an actual wall, that separates that. They're not going to go all the way around down to the street and then back up South Main to get there, right? So as a consideration, you can think about mitigation efforts, potentially. And again, we had talked about all these other properties, and the Division Street just came up recently. So it was kind of what I was thinking about somewhat, because I hadn't thought about it before. But could the increased security cameras, the oversight, I mean, wouldn't the potential for actually making that safer, and that could go for any of the places, that could go for any of the options that you're looking at. There are things that we could do that could alleviate some of the concerns. And of course, that's, part of what your job would be to try to alleviate the downside, because every site has downsides.
That's right.
The thing is, the problems we're being asked to solve now are just like putting a Band-Aid on a sucking chest wound. The real issues are mental health and drug addiction. We have a total of 6 mental health beds in the whole county. We can't solve that problem. That's not ours. We're being given basically an unfunded mandate by the courts and by the state that we have to address the issue. Now, some of the people will take the help that we'd be able to give them. Some of them absolutely will not. They've chosen that lifestyle. Some of them just can't make that decision, and they're on a self-destructive bent that will only end one way. What we're being asked to do is give the police department the tools they need to be able to help the community and control this issue. Like the mayor, I heard a lot of things tonight. I know, I completely understand. I've worked with these folks for 15 years through the soup kitchen and my nonprofit. There's no location that we come up with that someone is not going to hate our guts for. There's no way. As one person said, it's the least worst. That's kind of where we're at. But I heard a lot of things like the mayor. I never thought about the buses out there either. I just thought about someone walking down a very narrow street at night, getting run over by a car, and some smart attorney suing us and changing the name of the city to be that person.
Yeah, I'm.
Because
I'm
we
opposed to
directed
the
them,
Tennessee
we
schools
directed them to go out there. So we put them in hazard. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think we need to take the information that we heard tonight and let staff have time to kind of digest this. Because all this information is like taking a drink out of a fire hose. It's coming at you so hard and fast. Let's revisit this after the staff has had time to digest what they've heard and address some of these issues. That would be my recommendation at this point.
I would say if there's any that are ruled out, would help probably staff know where to focus.
To
I
my
vote
mind,
against the Tennessee
to
schools.
my
I
mind,
agree.
Tennessee is out.
Yeah.
And I'm not thrilled with division. If you want to know how much fun it is, go ride around with these guys at night on patrol and go around there. And I know Frank will run into a group of 10 people at night that are milling around. I'll give you kudos for that one.
Thanks. Well, I've done it before. So
And I'll give you
do it
cookies
again.
too,
I was
so.
gonna say, he came to the directors' meeting this morning, and that was a group of 10 people who were,
But keep in mind, he was armed.
Well,
Yeah, but I think the Tennessee, and I don't like the division either. That's just too remote, too constricted.
I'm also in favor of eliminating those two.
Yeah, Tennessee and division,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I would also want to eliminate Tennessee Road and Division Way because, well, they're both out of the way. And I think if it's an eyesore for the city, it's going to cause us to work faster to try to have a solution for it.
Yeah, I'm not real concerned about people seeing an enclosed place. Those folks that you're worried about people seeing, they're seeing now. They're out there now.
The status
point.
quo doesn't fix the division.
No,
street
it doesn't. It doesn't address the issue. What'll end up happening is a court ruling or a state legislation will come down and force our hand to do something that we don't want to do if we don't address the issue. And that may happen anyway, but at least we can get ahead of it.
Well, the Oak Street piece, though, in terms of safety, is probably not the best location either, though.
Well, none of them
Given
are,
that
but
there's
yeah,
a truck
sure.
route right there. So, I mean, honestly, that one kind of needs to get pulled out for the same reasons that the others do.
Well, oh,
But I
are
also
you-
don't
are you
like
looking
the
at me for my
Ralston Park
opinion?
one. So that
what-
really,
what was the last
I
part?
don't like the one near Ralston Park either.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the old gas
I
station?
don't, the only one that I'm like, okay, maybe is Maple, and I hate that too. So, I mean, they're all terrible.
I'm in the same boat. It's like, the one next to City Hall, I hate it, but I hate it a little bit less than the rest of them.
It's the least hateable.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's one of those where it,
The least worst?
well, yeah, but if it's being used, if it's actually being used, we designate that as a spot that's being used, then it's kind of a trial run to see like, is this making things better, worse? Are people even utilizing this spot that we've named? Because this is a verbiage thing. We're putting a porta potty there and we're naming a spot. It's not like we're, building a big camp next to City Hall for them.
But I also have concerns of it, of course, being down. I mean, my daughter goes to that dance studio. My son goes to that jujitsu studio. They're the same place. I park right there when I go pick them up because I'm a good parent and I don't park in the liquor store parking lot because you're not supposed to do that. But that's where I park. So, I mean, and I'm not the only one. There are lots of other parents that are coming in and out of that dance studio. And then, someone said it's a good point. It's the same time. It's the same time as drop off and pick up that we're asking. So, again, if we're talking about least, that's probably the least, but I don't love it either. So
Which one's that?
the Maple, the one in front of City Hall. So,
The only problem I have with that is the liquor store's right across the
yeah,
street.
well,
Yep.
there's that too.
So,
That's the only problem.
And it is still a block away from the park. It's not that, it's not in the park, but it's
a
right
half a
there
block
too.
from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
I kind of like what you had said about essentially, we've kind of narrowed things down, but also still going back to the drawing board. I look at how much money is proposed here for us to spend on this. And I feel like, can we find a nonprofit in town that has a field or has something, that can come partner with us that we can pay and say, hey, we need you to, take this money and allow people to come in and out, and you can't 86 anybody. Like, I would like to look at we had a lot of people engaged in the 2040 vision, a ton of nonprofits. Can we go circle back with them and say, do any of you have anything that could work? I mean, the most amount of money we're looking at here, I have to pull it up, but it was like $133,000.
A year.
well, that's why kind of what I said was if the status quo just stays the same, it's just the status quo, after July 1st, maybe we need to dig into it more for that aspect and some of the stuff that was brought up tonight, and come up with a better solution. I think we had the July 1st thing in our head, and we're like, we need to act now, which we've been acting, the public out there, been acting for a long time. It's just that this was finally the decision point. But I think there's, my opinion, there's more thought that needs to go into it because of some of the aspects that were brought up tonight. Of the sites, Tennessee was always the lowest. I thought that, I didn't think it was, the best site at all. And plus I went to all these sites and drove around and walked them. And the Tennessee site, I looked, and I used to live out in Lacombe area. I looked over and there was a hay barn with this guy's equipment and everything else. And I go,
Yeah.
that's the last thing this guy needs is this affected population in this area. They'd be over there constantly. And to get out there, there's no sidewalks or it's not that safe. The ones in downtown, they're right next to the liquor store. They're right, the optics for the city, it'd be on the front of the Oregonian. Look, City of Lebanon puts them right on the sidewalk by Oak Street, so, I didn't think that was the best one, any of them. The one by the City Hall is right across from the liquor store, which is majority of these people that we deal with, that I've encountered, there's about 25 of them, and there is.
Yeah.
I was told that earlier in this whole discussion, and I've went out constantly and sought them out, and they're all the ones that don't want any help.
Mhm.
They don't. They're just in that world of addiction, and until that changes where we can address that issue somehow, I don't know what the answer to that is, and I would never claim to say that I do have the answer for it, but till that's fixed, it's almost it's not a give up type of attitude, but that's a tough one. That's a tough one to address. And so the ones in downtown, I thought about the Division Street site. That was kind of my number one. I'll be totally honest with the public. However, after talking or hearing the testimony, not anymore. I mean, I guess one of my points for making it number one is I go, well, they're already there. We'd actually be managing it and taking it up a step and cleaning it up. And I haven't heard a ton of complaints like a lot of the other sites. or around the city. Well, that wasn't the case. That apartment complex, raising families and children, I wouldn't want that in my backyard either. So, like I said earlier, I think we need to look at this a little bit more. It's not like, July 1st, we're going to turn into a pumpkin, So, as far as I know, that's what I've been advised. So, I think maybe we need to look at this issue some more, but like I said earlier, it's up to council.
I think what we do need to do is, for what Trey was saying, take a couple of them off the list.
Yeah, do you need a motion? Do you need a motion to take a couple of off the list?
I don't think I need a motion. What I will tell you is I have heard 4 counselors, I'm leaving the mayor out of it because he's not breaking a tie as far as I know, but I've heard 4 counselors rule out Tennessee. I've heard 3 rule out division. So I've got KJ, Carl Mann, and Jeremy Salvage, who have said no on division. I've heard Michelle say no on Oak Street. I've heard Michelle and Jeremy both say of the 5 sites for you, the least worst is Maple.
I appreciate you phrasing it like that.
And I haven't heard basically ruling out Ralston Park. So I guess for me, I would
rule
like
out
to know
Ralston
if
Park.
there's consensus on taking Oak Street off the list. That would be in front of Public Works. And if that's the case, that would take me to the Maple Street site, the Ralston Park gas station site, and then looking for any other piece of dirt we can find.
That would be my thought.
Is that,
I can join with that. I'd tip some of those scales you're talking about because I didn't comment on the Oak Street site. To tell you the truth, it has some benefits to me, but I understand the traffic and the people across the street. So I'm okay with jumping off.
Yeah, log trucks go through there.
I just feel like if someone gets run over there,
Yeah.
that's a lot. That's the same issue with Tennessee.
Okay,
It's a
I'm
lawsuit and then we're
also
getting
in favor of
sued and
eliminating
paying
I
out
will
for
also
it.
say, what I had heard tonight that I hadn't thought about were the number of high school students who walk
Yeah.
down Fifth Street.
Yeah.
agree.
I come that way
Great
to work
community
every day,
input.
and
We
yes,
appreciate
there
it.
are a lot of high school students walking down Fifth Street at 7:30 in the morning, so I had not thought about that one. So I'm going to take it, we have not taken off Maple, and we have not taken off the Ralston Park gas station. And then again, any other piece of land that we can find that would be available for, hopefully for free. So if you have something you want to just let us use.
I would like to make a motion that we postpone any decision until next meeting, next month.
Second.
Discussion. I would like to amend it to include that when we make a decision, we have another public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since this was just a discussion, I don't think we need a motion. Thank you, though.
Okay, yeah.
One thing I'd just like to make clear to the chief that I don't want this to be a status quo that we just hang. I hear your need, and we have to find someplace. We owe our police force someplace to find that's better than what we've offered them so
Yeah,
far.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, so the,
Someone would have to accept my amendment, by the way.
what,
You're-
Oh,
well,
there was.
There was. Yeah,
There was.
Yeah,
So-
that's when I
so-
included the amendment.
Well, I would second the amendment.
Thank you.
So the
Since
motion
we
was
don't
made
need a
that we,
motion or a voter on it.
so the motion was made by Counselor District to postpone till next month so that we can do more due diligence on this with the, second by Counselor Savage, with an amendment by. Oh, you have to vote on the amendment first?
Yes.
So all in
I-
so all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passed unanimously, so the motion's been amended. Now we can vote. As amended, you can vote on the motion. Okay. I haven't had to bring out Robert's rules in a long time.
I snuck that amendment in there, just
This
like.
is like TV.
So we're good.
We just have to have the motion.
Okay, so the motion that has been amended by, or the motion that was put forward by Counselor District and seconded by Counselor Savage, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay. It was for discussion only. It doesn't require a motion.
Oh, it's a,
Robert's rules.
okay,
It passes anyway.
it passes.
That's it.
So the
I'm
motion
not
is.
going to argue with you, but I'm glad there's a motion.
So, so the motion passed with, I'm going to count here real quick. It'd be 5-1, so.
Yeah.
No, it's gotta be
It's
outside.
superfluous.
So we can move on to the next portion of business.
Can we have a break again?
Yes,
sir?
we'll
Thank
recess
you.
for 5 minutes.
Oh.
let's reconvene so we can get through the rest of the agenda. Is it, where'd
Oh,
she
we
go?
don't need Nancy for this.
Item number 2.
Yeah, let's go.
Some of us are gonna have to get up again.
Okay, we'll just move forward. She'll be here in just a second. She doesn't have to speak. Do I have to wait for her?
No, we
Okay.
You got me.
Okay.
Go, Ron.
Yeah, we got Ron.
So utility rates adjustment, the public hearing regarding utility rates adjustment is now open at 9:19 PM.
Very PM.
The engineering service director presents the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So on April 26th, we held a work session with you guys. We do that every year to talk about the status of the utility system, stormwater, wastewater, and our water system. Give you an update on where we're at. We went through kind of the statistics for last year, what future projects we've got coming for this year, and talk to you about where we were budget, both revenue and expenditures. Typically in the past, what we've done is we've looked at construction cost index for recommending rate increases. We looked at that this year and it was pretty high. It was about 8% for a construction cost index. When we looked in December, it's since gone down. So we did some work with the budget this year and looked at what our expenses were, what we were trying to capture in an adjustment, and some of the things that we talked about in capturing the additional costs that we're seeing. We have a $50,000 increase this year in the utility funds for credit card fees. We've got additional power, chemical, and insurance costs this year to run our treatment plants. And also, we've got some substantial increase in construction costs that we're seeing in the capital side. One of the things that I wanted to make clear was we're not trying to capture rates we're just trying to capture the rates to offset some of those construction increases that we've seen over the last couple of years. This isn't for any specific capital project. This is just to kind of augment what we've got moving forward. And as you'll see when we bring this to the budget committee and some of the projects that we showed you last week or a couple of weeks ago, we've got a fairly aggressive capital program coming out over the next year. And we'll see if we can get it all done. But so with that, we came up with the rating adjustments of 5% to water, 2% to wastewater, and 1% to the drainage fund. If you break that all down, it works out to about 3.19% on an average customer's bill who uses 6 units of water a month, and that's how we've based that. So with that, we're recommending that council move forward with that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, we went over it.
I think you answered them all last week.
Yeah.
Whenever that was.
No, I was going to read the title.
Okay, well, I just took it.
Did we have any public comments
Well,
on?
no, we didn't. I was going to ask if there's any public comments. Then,
We do.
Yeah.
Agree.
then the public hearing is hereby closed at 9:22. So council discussion. Any motions? Motion to approve or deny?
Well,
Can we have him, the mayor, the lawyer
Is that
read
where you
it?
read? Okay.
Yeah.
Resolution adopting the City of Lebanon's utility rates, resolution number 2023-03.
Move to approve.
Second it.
Motion was made to approve by Counselor Alford and second by Counselor Dystrick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The resolution passes unanimously. On to the next one, annexation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks,
Ron.
Ron.
To read my B script on this one.
You have to read it right at the beginning?
But you can open the hearing.
Okay. The public hearing for the annexation of Alpha 2301 is now open at 9:23 PM. City attorney will read the required hearing procedures.
Tonight's hearing will be conducted under the quasi-judicial hearing procedure set forth in 197.763. At the beginning, anybody will be asked to announce any ex parte contacts with anybody outside of the committee meeting or with the property itself. You'll also be asked if there is any bias towards the project. We'll start out with the staff report. After the staff report, we'll have public testimony. If anybody signed up, please recognize that all testimony or evidence must be directed towards the criteria described in the staff report. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional issues, or related to the proposed conditions of approval, if any, accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the commission, or excuse me, the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issues, will preclude an appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. An issue which may be basis for an appeal shall be raised not later than the close of the record. Please state your name if you testify. With that, we will start with if there was an applicant, we would go with the applicant. Then anybody opposed, and after that, any rebuttal if necessary. With that, Mr. Mayor, you can ask if there's any ex parte conflict or conflict of, or
Is
ex parte
there-
contact or conflict of interest.
Is there any ex parte conflict or contact or bias? Okay, so then I go right into that. Staff. Director Hart.
Hello. Before you tonight is a proposed annexation of a 2.6 acre parcel on the east side of Stoltz Hill Road between Walker and Vaughn Lane. The property is contiguous to city boundaries on the south and east side of the property and is able to be serviced by utilities, which are the basis points to allow for an annexation in the property. We've included as part of the agenda reports the full evaluation of all the recommended, all of the decision criteria. The project meets those criteria, and so before you tonight is a proposed ordinance to authorize the annexation. And at the April meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend the approval. With that, I'll conclude my report.
Well, I have a question. Is the person still on Zoom? Is there anybody on Zoom anymore? She was on there
Yeah.
earlier, but so long. Okay, thank you. At this time, is that the applicant or is that just someone in favor?
The applicant representative.
Go ahead and we'll hear your applicant testimony. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Laura LaRock with Udell Engineering and Land Surveying LLC. Address is 63 East Ash Street. And mostly I'm just available to answer any questions if the council had any this evening.
Does the council have any questions? Well, that was easy and you waited all that time.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this annexation? Is there anybody who would like to speak in opposition? Then the public hearing is hereby closed at 9:26 p.m. All further discussions will be limited to council and staff at this time.
All the city services there?
They will be when the West Side Interceptor is constructed.
Motion to approve or deny?
Got to read the.
I can read the ordinance.
Okay.
A bill for an ordinance annexing and zoning property following consent filed with the city council by landowner in said area pursuant to 222.120 and 222.170. Ordinance bill number 2023-9, ordinance number 3004.
Move for approval.
Second.
Was moved for approval by Counselor Savage and seconded by Counselor Alfred. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ordinance passes. So we'll move on to regular session.
Oh, we made it.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding. Approval to advertise project for bid, Cheetah Lake Park Waterline Extension. The Engineering Service Director will present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, we would not be bringing these items like this to council. We would most normally put them on the consent calendar. But since this project was not budgeted for this fiscal year and we're intending to put it out for advertisement for bids this fiscal year, we thought we'd bring it to you, kind of give you an update. It's part of the $2.6 million grant that the city received for the Cheetah Lake Park. And one of the first things that we're going to do, we've split the project into two phases. The first phase is going to be the utility extension, basically get water line over to and in front of the park, as well as extend the sewer line that's out there. This work, we'll probably put it out here in June. You probably see it back before you in July. One of the things to be cognizant of, I know my report says 2,050,000. We updated that today. It's about 2,133,000. We've actually put in next year's budget about 2,023,000. So where does that extra money come from? It just means that one of the other capital projects in the water fund probably won't get done next year. But as I told you before, we've got a pretty aggressive capital program next year, so likely wasn't going to get to all that anyway. So with that, what we would do is request that you approve us to advertise the project for bids before this fiscal year, and knowing that this is all budgeted in next fiscal year's budget. So I can answer any questions.
No questions. Is there a motion to approve or deny?
So I have one question, actually. So all of the grant fund would go to this? If it comes back at 2.6, it would be all from the grant fund, right?
No.
No,
No,
okay.
no. So the way I've broken it out
Oh, I
there-
see it. I'm sorry. I got
so
you. Never mind.
Basically,
Disregard.
what we would do, any extra would come off of likely the Sherman Street water line project.
Okay.
So,
Sorry. You
That's
did
okay.
talk about that. Move for approval.
Second.
Move for motion for approval was brought by Counselor Hibble
Steinhable.
and seconded by,
Counselor
I'm
Michelle.
getting tired, Counselor Alford. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes.
all right,
Uh,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
The next one, public comment format discussion presented by me. Really quickly, we've had some issues on public comments. People come in and they start wanting to ask questions, okay, which I'm not opposed to, of course, because this is their form to do so. But I think it catches counselors off balance, because how do you give an actual well thought out answer to someone that just asks you a question that's sometimes very complex? So what I propose is that the 5-minute rule stays the same, that they put what ward they're from, and they also tell what ward they're from when they come up to do public comments. Then it gives the counselors the ability to go, oh, okay, this is one of my constituents. And then if they have questions, they can present them in written form. And this is where it goes on to you guys, or you the counselors, that the questions go to you. And you answer them and you respond to your constituents' questions. Is that something that will just add extremely to your workload, or no?
I'm fine with that. How would they know what ward they're in? Are they supposed to?
There's a
Where
ward
does it
map
map?
over there.
Ward map?
Oh, so they'll figure that out before the public comment?
Yeah, we can figure it out, but it gets them to be more, because we have a lot of people that do public comments, and they get up there and they just throw a bunch of stuff out, and it's like, whoa, wow.
It's hard
we.
it's hard to tell if they're rhetorical questions sometimes.
Exactly.
like, do you run
Exactly.
it,
So
and who's
if
supposed
we
to answer?
put the onus on them to provide their ward, because I don't want them to say their address in public forum, security reasons. But we have it on the cards. That's why I turn them over after I'm done. But if they can tell us the ward, it also alerts the counselors to a constituent. And then they can provide written questions.
So that take, because let's face it, this is an outlier, what we had today. If it's a small issue and somebody's from my ward and asks me a question, I want to answer it in my 2 minutes, does that say I can't?
Oh, that's a good
don't
point.
think-
It does have a response time in there.
Yeah.
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 it
My
does.
recommendation,
2
my
minutes.
recommendation, and I've talked to the mayor about this, would be that, if we can choose to answer questions, but after they sit down, right? So we don't get that back and forth.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That's the thing. And so you can, or, and I'll be honest, the majority of questions, even though maybe they go to you as their wards or whatever, the majority of those questions should be at least directed to staff.
Right. I was just going to say that. You
Because,
can coordinate it.
It's kind of more their job. And if we want to do it so that there's a inclusion, I guess, and I'd ask Nancy to chime in on this, if there's an inclusion of those counselors that have their ward in the answer normally given by staff, I think that would be fine. But I think that most of these answers should go through staff unless they're, that city attorney's a real jerk. Can you tell me a little bit about him? Then you go ahead, I don't care.
Well, no, you just agree with
Nancy's
them,
gonna,
right?
Nancy's gonna play on that one, I can tell already. So.
Well, a lot of the questions that are asked are very quickly and easily answered by Nancy, like they're, and so. do
Or
we
Chief
still-
Stevenson.
Or Chief
right?
Stevenson. Or
Yeah.
do we still
Sorry.
keep that option to set, like give them an answer right here? And if it's a
We
more,
can.
more complex
That's-
question that will take some time and research, then I'll write that question down.
I mean, I'm not bringing anything to the table saying we're having to do it this way. That's why we're having the
I think
discussion.
the only thing you're really doing is you're asking people to identify the ward they're in.
Well,
so that
ward,
we
and
can-
then,
We can be aware there are constituents. And most of the questions, they're in-depth questions. We're not going to take the time to answer here. You're going to want to coordinate them through staff. I mean, I get questions via email frequently. And first thing I do is I forward it over to Nancy and say, are you aware of this? What's going on here? And she gets back to me fairly quickly, unless she's ticked at me, and then it might be
See, and
3
the
days.
questions that concern me, the questions that, they come up there, they have a question, why hasn't my pothole been fixed, right? And we immediately want to answer that question, or we're going to say, well, we'll have road department look at it. The problem comes in when it's not really a question, it's really an argument formed in a question. In a court, it would be an objection to an argumentative question, right? Argumentative doesn't mean that you're arguing with me. It means that the question is your argument. It's not really a question. So we get those, and then, you sit there and you look at me, just, the dead silence, and I know that's hard, right? But it's not really a question. He's trying to make a point, or she's trying to make a point with the question, all right? So it's that back and forth, or the not really a question that I'm trying to avoid. And I know it's hard, and you as counselors who, have to get voted, don't want to sit there and look at them with a blank stare. I get that. And so that was why my recommendation is that there's no problem answering the questions, but to avoid that back and forth, hey, as soon as your time is done, we have an opportunity to address those questions. We either will, or we'll direct staff to follow up. I just, that back and forth becomes odd. It becomes, and I know there's an urge when it's an easy question just to say, to answer it, but we kind of have to have a rule that applies to,
No, I
all
think
the
that's a good
time.
solution. I just didn't want it to be I don't, if I have an input, if there's the 2 minutes available, I might want to say something.
Yeah.
And
no,
if
yeah, I
it's
wasn't-
somebody from my ward, I don't want to think,
yeah, I
sorry,
wasn't
I can't say
advocating.
anything during the meeting.
It goes into what Trey's saying, though. It becomes this back and forth, and they don't really get their information out.
Yeah, you can tell who just really wants to argue. I mean, we
yeah.
have pretty good,
So
a couple
if-
of pretty good examples.
You know what, maybe it's at the end, we'll take questions when they're done with their public comments, but if they're complicated, something that needs to be researched, then they need to submit them in writing so we can research them and the counselor's aware of it and the staff is aware of it, and we can work
And you
together
can
and get
use-
them answered.
You
so.
can use the 2 minutes to say why you can't answer right now, but we're going to answer it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my thing, and I mean, and I appreciate the mayor putting this on the agenda because I was kind of at my urging, is just to avoid the back and forth. And I think we can do that and not feel like, no, we're not going to answer your questions. This is our council, right? No, that's not what it's about. But it is about order, decorum, and not having an argument, right? So if we could do something where, you can submit your questions in writing, you can ask your questions, and, we'll have 2 minutes to either answer them, tell you why we're not going to answer them, or direct staff to make an appropriate answer, and hopefully that will satisfy you. And then we avoid that back and forth.
I do like the advantage of knowing whose word is talking.
I appreciate that so much. I feel like, I know we have people also that don't actually live in the city limits, and it's helpful to know, who is out there. So when someone's from Ward 3, Jeremy and I can immediately connect with them, and
And Kim, when they,
it's good to know, so.
when they fill out that card, we can just like plug their address in and it pops up what ward they're in, right?
Some people don't, like I can do it right here. Some people, a lot of people don't put their address on it.
Oh.
So that was one of the things, I was gonna just change the card and just put, the word on it, and there could actually be a spot for questions on the yellow card.
You could have, if you don't know your ward,
yeah.
please put your address.
Could we
Well-
reference make sure it's, wherever the map is?
So the map right now is
We
leaning
need to
against the
move,
wall, and I
yeah.
think Kim just put in a request with Public Works to get it hung over by the, well,
Comment cards.
I was thinking if we could maybe
Hang it
hang
over
it by
there.
the registration desk, so if you have to fill in ward, you can look at the map right
Yeah,
there.
Makes sense.
And frankly, it's pretty clear. I don't think they're.
Yeah, if it's right next to the photos, then they can look at the ward and go, oh, that's my counselor.
That's my
Yeah,
target.
that may be helpful.
That's what?
That's my target.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
That one right there.
yeah, see, there was an alternative motive
Hey,
to
yeah,
this.
my picture's not up there. I'm out of the
Well, but
line.
I do appreciate that this does hold us accountable, and I think that's important. So
Okay,
we need anything on this? This is all,
actually, it's set by the mayor, so
he's
getting.
oh, do it. We're done.
we'll move on to the next item, city manager report.
Okay, I have several things to share with you. I'll try to be quick because it's getting late. The chamber traditionally has a city councilor sit on their committee allocating their tourism dollars. This is the pot that we give them, and they meet, this committee meets once a month and reviews applications for money for events. They would like to have a city councilor on that. I think Councilor Nassar was the last councilor, and since he's not here anymore. So if you're interested, I don't think this is any kind of formal appointment, but if you're interested, speak now and I can let Rebecca know.
Not me.
If you all are good with KJ, then we'll go with that. Thank you.
It'll just tick Rebecca off.
So talking a little bit of meetings stuff, we just talked about having another public hearing in June to talk about overnight sleeping sites. I would remind you that the June council meeting is also a public hearing on budget and urban renewal district budget. So if we're going to stick with public hearing on overnight sleeping again in June, I would suggest that we start the regular meeting at 5 to give ourselves a little more time and hopefully end a little bit earlier. And I know the room was crowded tonight. I know there were people who were complaining that it was crowded tonight. It was crowded tonight. Part of the problem is we don't have a bigger location that's also set up to do the YouTube live stream and Zoom people in. So we could go to the big room at the senior center and could have a meeting there, but nobody else would be able to watch that. And we wouldn't have the microphones and the sound system and the cameras. And I think that would be more detrimental. Now, given my druthers, we'd have a new city hall and a bigger chamber, but we aren't there yet. So
Okay, I'm gonna put my work hat on, and I work for a school district, and we do road shows. We go to school districts, and we are able to stream our meetings live from those locations. And it is a pain. I understand. I'm looking at you because I know it's a pain, because I'm the person that has to do it, but it's doable. And I would really challenge us to try and figure out how to make that happen in a larger setting, preferably the library, which has much more seating for everybody. If I'm able to make that suggestion. And I
was
know
thinking
that's
that
kind
the
of
other
a
day.
staff thing, so you do what you guys got to do, but it can happen.
We'll talk
Yeah.
sometime.
So if we're going to encourage this kind of turnout, we have to have the facilities to make them be there. And I want 'em
I
here.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, anything else?
Well, so then that raises the question of fluoride. We had tentatively talked about July. I don't think I or Kim ever heard people who would not be here in July for whom it was important. So I just want to test, are you still good with me discussing and having a public hearing on fluoride at the July council meeting? Would you rather push it off into the fall when people are back from vacations? Looking at like a September date or something.
Pushing it out to the fall,
Yeah.
when folks are back.
I don't either.
No, and I,
That's fine.
you know, I think I've expressed this to enough people. This is not my cross. I know I kind of fell on it, but it's just an effort to show to the people that we appreciate their vote and we want to put things in front of them.
Okay, thank you. So we'll look at that. And then at the last council meeting, Bill Sullivan, who was here tonight again talking about Century Park, came last meeting and talked about closing the restrooms in Century Park like 4 PM and kids' ball. Public Works kind of put their heads together on alternatives there with the parks being open until 10. They were looking at needing to have one of the summer seasonal employees working at 10 o'clock at night to lock up parks. What a lot of other communities are doing and what we're working on in a negotiation right now is hiring a security company that would go around and lock up the bathrooms in the parks between 9:30 and 10 o'clock at night. That would leave them open for kids' activities that are happening in the parks. And it would mean that we aren't hiring a casual employee who's going around doing that and really not functioning as part of the parks team, doing maintenance on parks, because you have to have somebody who works, like 3 to 10 or 11 o'clock at night, something like that. So I think it's a creative solution. It is cheaper than, it looks like it's going to be cheaper than it would be to hire a casual for the summer to work those late hours. So hopefully that is a solution that is a win-win for everybody. And if we can get that contract in place, yay. So thank you.
As a non-techie guy, and maybe this is crazy, but is there a way to put time locks on buildings like
Well,
that?
we talked about whether we could put time locks on. We talked about whether the card readers that we have for other city halls could be put on, and then coaches given cards. And that kind of quickly turned into, I gave the card to Johnny
Yeah.
and he left it in the
Bad.
bathroom and locked it. And now nobody's got the card, or somebody took it home or lost it. And so ultimately, the idea of using the security firm to do it, also, because we do have homeless people who move into the bathrooms, it does put someone who is
I get it.
a little bit trained in the position of telling someone they have to exit
So
because
we
we're
don't
locking the
accidentally time lock
bathroom.
somebody into the bathroom?
That's right. So
Know who's in
That
there
would be
then.
screwed up.
there you go. So that was it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Provided them a place to sleep.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda, public or press comments. Is there any additional public or press comments? Come forward, please.
Which ward are you in?
Yeah.
I live on 200 Market Street.
Ours.
This is all yours.
At the
Oh.
San
That guy
Diego-
too, that one,
Okay.
right there. No.
I live on 200. My name is David Carson. I just moved back to Lebanon, but on the matter of Century Park, will you guys be like redoing like the basketball nets and redoing the lights for like if people want to play overnight?
Play basketball overnight?
Yeah.
I believe they will be closing at 10 when the parks close. Starting July 1st, park hours are going to go 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Oh, and you guys are gonna be locking up the
I believe so. I can double check.
because like they have like the time sensor for the lights, and we usually like myself and some of my friends, we like to go play late at night, like 10 o'clock at night, and we go over there and we turn on the lights and we play basketball late at night.
So
I know like the
Are
cops
there
see
no
us.
nets? There's no nets
They
right
drive
now?
around, they see us play basketball like at like 11 o'clock at night.
Are there no nets on the hoops?
You're still rough.
There's like a couple of them that they don't have any nets. But like for myself, I like to go play at late at night because I get off work late at night, and some of my friends do too. So we would like to still play late at night with the option of like turning on the lights and playing late at night.
So do the lights not turn on after a certain time, or is it?
I don't know. I believe they have a timer on them now. I don't know how that works. So I will need to check with Public Works
That was when I
tomorrow.
was a
and-
kid, at least there was a push button. It took a
Yeah,
while
you
for
went
it to
over,
pop
you
up.
went over and hit the button when the lights went off and you could keep playing.
Hope the ball
I
wasn't
love
in
that the
the air.
guys know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I used to
Never
play there
hooped
till
there.
midnight.
Yeah.
I used to.
Sorry,
play on some
I'm
after
in
swing
bed
shit.
at 10 o'clock at night. I have no idea what happens at that
I mean,
hour.
technically, with the parks, they're supposed to be closing at 10 though. So what is, I mean,
Yeah,
think
let
it's-
me see what I can find out.
It's like more of a complaint-driven enforcement is what I would say, because, it's not like there's a bunch of houses right there by the basketball courts.
but there kind of are.
Well, they're a little ways away.
They're as far away as a division campsite.
Well, at
is
least
from the
what I
apartment
understood is that
complex.
enforcement would be doing different. The hours were just changing.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you for looking into it.
Yep.
Thank
Look
you.
in-
We don't have an answer.
We'll look into it. Michelle will email you.
Is there any other
Counselor,
public or press
Salas,
comments?
back to you.
Come forward, please.
All right, my name is Mitchell. So to kind of touch on what he was saying, this has actually been something that a lot of us, not just like a handful, but like, the community, I'm sure you guys have seen summers and summers and summers of people just spending a lot of time out there. And that's, that was a good community thing going on. Come to think of it, as far as the lights go, they would stay on until about 11:30. And years ago, there's 4 main lights on the basketball court, right? And the two that are next to the road to the Boys and Girls Club, they used to come on at a certain time every day on a timer, right? And as soon as those ones would turn on, you can run down to the other end of the court, you could push the button and you can turn on the other side. So I guess my question for this would be is the lights that are next to the street, they have not worked in years. So basically anybody that wants to play with the lights, you only get one half of the court that actually works with the lights. And it just so happens that the side with the lights that do work, which actually last time I was there was probably about a month ago, so only one of the lights worked then. I guess I'm curious as to if there was something that we could do, whether it was a fundraiser or whatever, or could we get those lights fixed? Could we repair that? Because that was such an important thing for, it's something that's easily overlooked. A lot of guys are probably like, oh, it's just basketball, who cares? But, to some of us, it's, we get to escape our adult lives. We get to go do these things and have fun and enjoy ourselves. That's our escape from everyday life sometimes. And there's a ton of us that do that. So could that potentially be something that we could do, is maybe maintain or allow somebody to buy the nets and go put the nets up? Can we pitch in to get the lights replaced so that way it's something that everybody can enjoy again instead of seeing it run down?
I was just going to say that they're going to look into it.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'm guessing that it's just something that's been overlooked. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have nets on the basketball courts and have working lights. So
I don't think anybody will arrest you for putting basketball nets on, though, if you want to choose.
I've been questioned before, so that's why I was bringing that up.
I'm going to look into it with Nancy and make sure we get that fixed.
Okay. Also, my last comment is this might be a little unfavorable, but when he was up here talking, I think that the comment that she made about division was very uncalled for, because that was a serious matter to some of us. So I think that was very unprofessional on your part. But I don't want to disrespect you as a person. You're doing your job. I just think that comment was a little unnecessary.
I apologize for that. It's late and you're right. I was out of line. So thank you for calling me out on it.
Thank you, guys.
thank you. Okay, I think that concludes press and public comments. We'll move on. Next scheduled council meetings, May 17th, 2023, 12 p.m., City and Lebanon URD Budget Committee meetings. Next one is May 18th this year, if needed, 12 p.m., City and Lebanon URD Budget Committee meeting. And final, I'm getting tired. And May 24th, 2023, 12 p.m., City Council work session. We will recess for executive session per ORS 192.660(2)(I) to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of a chief executive officer of any public body, a public officer, employee,